Section 1. The Town That Time Forgot. Springfield's Impossible Existence. There is a town somewhere in America. It has a nuclear power plant on its eastern edge, cooling towers rising against the sky like pale monuments to something nobody wants to think about too carefully. It has a main street with a barber shop and a diner and a bar called Moe's, where the same men have been sitting on the same stool since before most of its residents can clearly remember. It has a school and a church and a retirement home that has been built and destroyed and rebuilt so many times that the residences have simply stopped commenting on it. It has a gorge. It has a harbor. It has a monorail that nobody uses anymore, though nobody seems entirely sure when they stopped using it or why the tracks are still there. It has mountains within driving distance and an ocean and a desert and forests so dense that things get lost in them and nobody goes looking. It is, by any reasonable description, a perfectly ordinary American town. Except for one thing. Nobody there has aged in 36 years. Close your eyes for a moment and just sit with that. A town full of people living their lives, going to work, raising children, attending town meetings, buying groceries, celebrating birthdays and anniversaries and holidays, and not a single one of them has aged a single day in over 3.5 decades. The children who were children in 1989 are still children now. The parents who were middle-aged in 1989 are still middle-aged now. The elderly residents who shuffled through the town square in 1989 still shuffle through the same town square today. No older, no slower, no closer to whatever comes after. Time moves everywhere else. In Springfield, it stopped. This is where we are going tonight. Not into a dark or anxious place. Nothing here is going to startle you or disturb your rest. Think of this more as a long, slow walk through something genuinely strange. Something that rewards patience and quiet attention. Something that reveals itself gradually the way fog lifts off a lake in the early morning. We are going to spend time in Springfield together, and we are going to look at the things that have been hiding in plain sight for 36 years. And by the time we are done, you will either be asleep or you will understand this town in a way you never quite did before. Either outcome is perfectly fine. Let us begin with the basics, because the basics themselves are already remarkable. The Simpsons is the longest-running American animated series in history. It is the longest-running scripted primetime television show in history. It premiered on December 17, 1989, and as of this recording, it has produced more than 36 seasons and nearly 800 episodes. That is an almost incomprehensible amount of content. If you sat down and watched every episode back-to-back without stopping, without sleeping, without pausing for any reason whatsoever, it would take you roughly 2 full weeks of continuous viewing just to reach the end of what currently exists, and the end keeps moving forward because the show keeps going. In all of that time, across all of those episodes, the Simpson family has remained exactly as they were on the day we first met them. Homer J. Simpson is still in his late 30s, still working at the Springfield nuclear power plant, still in Sector 7G, still occasionally falling asleep at his console, still being paid just enough to own a house and raise 3 children in modest but genuine comfort. His hair is still the same sparse arrangement of dark follicles on an otherwise bare head. His eyes still bulge. His jaw still protrudes. His stomach still extends over his waistband in a way that suggests he has never once considered the relationship between diet and physical well-being. He is, in every visible sense, the same man he was when we first saw him. Marge Simpson has not aged a day. Her hair still rises in its signature tower, that impossible vertical column of blue that defies not just the laws of hair physics, but the basic principles of structural engineering. It has never wavered, never drooped, never required any visible maintenance. It simply exists as it has always existed, as it presumably will always exist, a fixed point in a universe where everything else at least pretends to change. Bart Simpson is still 10 years old. He has been 10 years old for longer than most people who are currently in college have been alive. He still skateboards. He still calls his teacher by her last name. He still gets in trouble with a frequency that suggests either an extraordinary resistance to learning from the consequences or a genuine philosophical commitment to chaos for its own sake. He still writes things on the chalkboard at the beginning of every episode, though what he writes has shifted with the decades, adapting to whatever cultural moment the episode is touching on. The hand is the same, the age is the same, the punishment is the same. Only the message changes. Lisa Simpson is still 8, still brilliant, still frustrated, still playing her saxophone in a bedroom that has been the same bedroom since before any of us could have predicted how long she would be sitting in it. She has won school competitions and challenged authority and cried at injustice and gotten back up and tried again, over and over for 36 years without ever moving beyond the 3rd grade. Her genius remains untapped in any meaningful institutional sense because you cannot tap the genius of someone who refuses to turn 9. And Maggie, little Maggie, still in her onesie, still holding her pacifier, still watching everything from the corner of rooms with those enormous eyes that seem, if you look at them long enough, to contain something considerably more complicated than what you would expect from a child who cannot yet form sentences. This is the family at the center of everything, and everything we are going to explore tonight circles back to them, to their town, to the forces that shape their lives without their knowledge or consent, to the questions their existence raises that the show has spent 36 years raising without ever quite answering. Now, before we go any deeper, I want you to settle in. If you are lying down, find the position that feels most comfortable. If your mind is busy, give it permission to slow down. We are not going anywhere quickly tonight. Springfield has been waiting for 36 years. It will wait for you to get comfortable. Let us talk about the town itself, because Springfield as a physical place is as mysterious as anything that happens inside it. Springfield is described at various points throughout the series as being located in almost every region of the continental United States. It has oceanfront property. It has mountain ranges within easy driving distance. It has experienced blizzards and tropical heat waves and torrential monsoons in the same calendar year, which would be meteorologically impossible in any real American climate zone. It borders, depending on which episode you are watching, Ohio, Nevada, Maine, and Kentucky. Its area code has changed. Its state abbreviation has shifted. In one episode, it is explicitly described as being in the northern part of its state. In another, it is just as explicitly placed in the south. The zip code that appears on Bart's report card when he is threatened with being held back a year does not correspond to any real American town. The state capital, when Homer calls it in one episode, is identified only by a voice that begins to name a state starting with a vowel, and then cuts off before the name is complete. It is almost as if the show is trying to tell you something by refusing to tell you where Springfield is. The official explanation, offered by the show's creator, Matt Groening, in a 2012 interview with Smithsonian Magazine, is that he named the town after Springfield, Oregon, because it was one of the most common city names in America. He wanted the town to feel universal, to belong to every viewer regardless of where they actually lived. A Springfield exists in 35 states. The name was chosen precisely because it was everywhere. But here's the interesting part. After that interview was published, after Groening had seemingly solved the mystery once and for all, the show continued contradicting itself. Episodes aired that placed Springfield in geographic context completely inconsistent with Oregon. The writers, who had just been handed the answer by the man who created the show, simply ignored it and kept the mystery alive. They did not do this carelessly. They did not forget. This is a writing staff that includes people with advanced degrees from some of the most rigorous academic institutions in the country. They kept the mystery alive because keeping the mystery alive was the point. Springfield cannot be found on a map because Springfield is every town. But there is another reading of this geographic impossibility, one that fits neatly into almost every theory we will explore tonight. A town with no fixed location has no fixed regulatory authority. There is no consistent state government to oversee its nuclear facility. There is no permanent environmental protection agency with jurisdiction over its water supply. There is no attorney general who can be called and told about the skeletons in the basement of the power plant. Springfield floats between states, the way a boat without an anchor floats between currents. And floating, as it turns out, is an excellent way to avoid accountability. You cannot investigate a town you cannot find. You cannot shut down a nuclear plant if you cannot establish with certainty which state it is in. You cannot hold anyone responsible for anything if the jurisdiction keeps changing. Springfield's location is not a comedy detail, it is a legal strategy. Now let us think about the people who live there, because the people of Springfield are themselves a study in strangeness that has been hiding behind decades of laughter. The most immediately visible characteristic of every Springfield resident is the skin. Yellow. Not the pale or olive or brown or pink or tan that characterizes actual human skin in its remarkable variety, but a specific, saturated, uniform yellow, the color of a legal pad, or the yolk of an egg, or a certain kind of caution signal. Every single person born and raised in Springfield has it. It does not appear to be a cosmetic choice. It is simply how they look. Children have it from birth. The elderly have had it their entire lives. It is as natural to them as any other feature. Except when visitors arrive. When characters from outside Springfield enter the show, they look different. Their proportions are more natural. Their eyes are shaped more like actual human eyes. Their features more closely approximate what you would see if you looked at a real person. The show draws outsiders differently from how it draws residents. And the explanation that most people have accepted for 36 years is that this is just the art style, just the way the animation works. Just a visual shorthand that everyone agreed to stop questioning sometime in the early 90s. But that explanation does not actually hold up. If it were simply the art style, the outsiders would look the same as the residents. The fact that they look different means the show is making a deliberate visual distinction between people who live in Springfield and people who do not. Within the logic of the show's own universe, the people inside this town look different from the people outside it. They have yellow skin. They have 4 fingers on each hand. They have physical characteristics that do not occur in normal human populations. The show has been showing you this for 36 years, and it has been waiting for you to notice. There are, broadly speaking, several major theories that attempt to explain what is happening in Springfield. Each of them is sophisticated. Each of them is supported by genuine evidence from the show's own canon. And each of them, as we will see over the course of this night, arrives at essentially the same conclusion through a different path. Tonight, we are going to walk through all of them. We are going to take our time. We are going to sit with the evidence and let it settle the way good evidence always settles. Not with a bang, but with a quiet, gradual accumulation of weight that eventually becomes impossible to ignore. We will talk about the nuclear plant and what it has been doing to the water supply. We will revisit the mystery of who actually shot Mr. Burns, because despite what the show told you, the case is considerably more complicated than it first appeared. We will spend time with Maggie and what her silence actually means. We will follow the trail left by Homer's mother, a woman who disappeared from her son's life in the middle of the night and whose absence shaped every single thing about the man Homer Simpson became. We will talk about Mr. Burns himself. A man who should by any reasonable biological calculation have been dead for at least 50 years, and who is not only alive but apparently improving. We will examine the predictions, those uncanny moments when a comedy show from 1989 appeared to see exactly what America was going to become. And we will end, as Springfield always ends, with the loop, the floating timeline, the permanent present tense that locks these characters in amber and keeps them exactly as they are forever. But for now, in this first section, I just want you to rest inside the mystery of the town itself, the town that is everywhere and nowhere, the town that should not exist but does, the town where the fish have 3 eyes and the children have been the same age for longer than some countries have been stable, and where something is clearly, deeply, beautifully, hauntingly wrong. There is a particular quality to Springfield at night that the show captures very well in its quieter moments. The hum of the power plant carries across the valley. The lights of Evergreen Terrace glow in that specific warm yellow way that American suburbs glow, friendly and contained and reassuring, in a way that makes it easy to forget what might be underneath. The streets are empty. The quick E-Mart is lit from inside, Apu behind the counter in the small hours of the morning. His patience with the night shift a kind of monument to endurance. The gorge sits at the edge of town, dark and indifferent. Indifferent the way all gorges are indifferent, as if depth is simply its own justification. And somewhere in a house on Evergreen Terrace, Homer Simpson is asleep. He dreams, as people do, of things that may or may not be real. He dreams of donuts. He dreams of Marge. He dreams of the children, Bart's laughter and Lisa's saxophone and the soft, wet sound of Maggie's pacifier, which he finds strange now that he is listening for it, because why would you hear a pacifier in a dream? Unless some part of your sleeping mind was reaching very hard for something very specific? He sleeps deeply, the way only certain people sleep. The way people sleep when they have surrendered something, when they have decided that the fog is preferable to the clarity, when they have chosen comfort over truth so completely and so finally that the choice has become invisible even to themselves. The town sleeps around him. It will be the same tomorrow. It will be the same forever, unless we look closely enough to understand why. If you are still with us, drop a comment with your time and location. And if this is the kind of content that helps you sleep, subscribe so you never miss a new episode. Now let us go deeper. Section 2. The poison in the water. The nuclear mutation theory. Let us start with the fish. In the second season of The Simpsons, a fish is pulled from a river near the Springfield nuclear power plant. The fish is alive, unremarkable in every way except for one detail. It has 3 eyes. Not 2 eyes, as fish are generally expected to have. Not some unusual biological variation that produces an extra decorative marking near the eye socket. 3 functioning eyes, symmetrically distributed, staring up from the surface of the water with a kind of resigned patience, as if the fish itself has long since made its peace with being a demonstration. The fish is named Blinky. Blinky becomes briefly famous within the show's universe. A gubernatorial candidate seizes on Blinky as evidence of environmental contamination, holding the fish up at press conferences and pointing at those 3 eyes as proof that something is going very badly wrong near the water supply downstream from Montgomery Burns's nuclear facility. Burns is forced to respond. He appears on television and eats the fish, or at least appears to eat it, to demonstrate that the fish is perfectly harmless. The press conference goes reasonably well. The fish disappears. The story fades. Nobody follows up. Nobody tests the water. Nobody thinks to ask the question that seems, in retrospect, remarkably obvious. If the fish have 3 eyes, what is happening to the people drinking from the same river? This question sits at the center of what is arguably the most internally coherent theory about Springfield that anyone has ever constructed. It is not a fringe idea. It is supported by specific, detailed, canonical evidence spread across dozens of episodes over the entire run of the show. And it suggests that what The Simpsons has been presenting as a comedy about an ordinary American family is underneath its surface a slow and meticulous document of an ongoing environmental catastrophe. The Springfield nuclear power plant is, by any reasonable standard of measurement, a disaster. Let us just enumerate the facts, because the facts deserve to be stated plainly, without softening, without comic framing. In the episode where a surprise safety inspection is conducted at the facility, the inspectors find 342 violations. 342 in a single inspection of a single facility. The estimated cost to bring the plant up to basic regulatory compliance is $56 million. The plant's owner, Charles Montgomery Burns, declines to spend it. Not because he cannot. Burns is a billionaire many times over, and $56 million, while not nothing, is not a financial hardship for a man of his resources. He declines because fixing the violations would mean acknowledging they exist. And acknowledging they exist would invite questions about what those violations have already done, and those questions lead somewhere he prefers not to go. What are those violations? They include, and this is drawn directly from what the show depicts, radioactive waste being discharged directly into bodies of water. Radioactive waste being dumped on a children's playground. Plutonium being used as a paperweight on an office desk. Cooling towers cracked down to their foundations, the cracks patched with a wad of chewing gum. Luminous rats living in the walls of the facility, glowing green in the dark. And, perhaps most quietly disturbing of all, human skeletons in the basement. Human skeletons. In the basement of an active nuclear power plant. The show depicts them in passing and moves on. No explanation is offered. No investigation is conducted. No one in Springfield, not the press, not the police, not the families of whoever those people were, raises a single question about how human remains came to be stored in the lower levels of the facility that is supposed to be safely generating electricity for the town. The skeletons just sit there, in the dark, beneath a reactor that is leaking invisible poison into the water table, and everyone agrees without discussion to leave them exactly where they are. The man tasked with preventing all of this from continuing, the safety inspector whose professional responsibility it is to identify hazards and ensure they are corrected before anyone is harmed, is Homer Simpson. Homer Simpson, whose IQ has been stated within the show to be 55. Homer Simpson, in whose skull a crayon has been lodged since childhood, physically occupying space in his brain where cognitive function would otherwise be housed. Homer Simpson, who has slept at his workstation during active meltdown warnings, who has eaten donuts during alarm events, who once caused a minor nuclear incident by throwing a donut into the reactor core out of curiosity about whether the radiation would make it larger. This is the person standing between Springfield and catastrophe, and he has been standing there in precisely that fashion for over 3 decades. Now, here's the thing about radiation. Radiation does not announce itself. You cannot smell it or taste it or feel it on your skin at the levels that matter most, the levels of chronic, low-grade exposure that accumulate slowly over years and decades. You cannot look at a glass of water and know whether it has been contaminated. You cannot look at a river and see what is dissolved in it. The most dangerous aspects of radiation poisoning are not the dramatic, visible things. The dangerous part is the quiet part. The part that builds up unnoticed. The part that changes things at the cellular level, slowly, over time, in ways that do not become visible until they have already become irreversible. The residents of Springfield drink their water from a supply that runs near the nuclear plant. They breathe air that drifts downwind from those cracked cooling towers. They have been doing so for decades. Many of them, like Homer, have lived their entire lives in this environment, born into the contamination zone and raised entirely within it. And every single one of them shows physical characteristics that do not appear in normal human populations. The yellow skin is the most obvious. That uniform, saturated yellow that covers every Springfield-born resident without exception, no variation, no gradation, no individual difference. Everyone born in Springfield is the same specific shade of yellow. This is not a feature of human genetics under any normal conditions. It does not correspond to any existing human skin tone. It does not appear in any of the characters who arrive in Springfield from outside. It is specific to residents of the contaminated zone. The eyes. The bulging, oversized eyes that appear in every Springfield resident, Homer, Marge, their children, their neighbors, the shopkeeper and the police chief and the school principal. Eyes that protrude from the face at an angle that would, in a real human being, suggest a thyroid condition serious enough to require immediate medical intervention. In Springfield, they are simply how eyes look. The 4 fingers. Every Springfield-born character has 4 fingers on each hand. This is presented as a drawing convention, a simplification, a stylistic choice made by the animators to make characters easier to draw. But the outsiders do not have 4 fingers. Celebrities who visit Springfield have 5. Characters who arrive from other towns have the full complement of digits. The 4-finger characteristic is specific to Springfield residents. It is not an animation shortcut. It is a feature of the population. Homer's pain tolerance is, to use the technical term, inhuman. He has been shot. He has been electrocuted. He has fallen off cliffs. He has been struck by vehicles. He has been in explosions. He has survived events that would, with complete certainty, be fatal to any normal person. And he has not only survived them, he has generally recovered within hours, with no lasting physical damage, no chronic pain, no functional impairment. His body absorbs trauma and reconstitutes itself in a way that suggests his cellular repair mechanisms are operating on a fundamentally different basis from those of ordinary humans. The radiation theory offers an explanation for all of this. Not a comfortable explanation, not a reassuring one, but an internally consistent one that aligns with everything the show has shown us about Springfield's physical environment. Chronic radiation exposure causes mutations. This is not a theory. This is established biology. Exposure to ionizing radiation causes damage to DNA, and DNA damage, when it accumulates across generations and does not resolve cleanly, produces changes in physical characteristics. In high doses, radiation is fatal. In lower, chronic doses, sustained over years and generations, its effects are subtler and stranger. Changes to pigmentation, changes to cellular structure, changes to neural function. The effects depend on the dose, the duration, the age at exposure, and the individual's specific biological vulnerabilities. The residents of Springfield have been exposed to a source of chronic, low-level radiation for their entire lives, and in many cases their parents and grandparents were exposed before them. The mutations that the radiation has produced are visible in the population. Yellow skin, unusual eye development, aberrant digit count, extraordinary resilience to physical trauma, which might itself be a mutation, the immune and repair systems working in overdrive as a compensatory response to continuous low-level cellular damage. And then there is Homer's brain. In Season 12 of the show, a storyline reveals that Homer once had a crayon removed from his nasal passage, a crayon that had been lodged in his skull since he was a small child. When the crayon is removed, Homer's IQ increases dramatically. He becomes articulate, thoughtful, capable of complex reasoning. He begins to see the world around him with a clarity that he has never had before. He begins to understand things, including uncomfortable things, including the way his life has been shaped by forces he never noticed when the crayon was in place. And the clarity makes him miserable. He sees Springfield for what it is. He sees his situation for what it is. He sees everything with painful, relentless accuracy, and the accuracy is unbearable. So he chooses to have the crayon put back. He chooses the vai. He chooses to go back to not understanding. He picks comfortable stupidity over devastating clarity, and the show presents this as a humanizing choice, a choice the audience can understand and even sympathize with. Because who among us has not at some point preferred not to know something we already suspected was true? But here's the question. The show never asks about the crayon. How did it get there? Homer is not a uniquely clumsy child. He is shown in flashbacks as a reasonably ordinary kid, not particularly graceful, but not the kind of child who routinely lodges office supplies in his skull without anyone noticing. The crayon has been there since childhood, and across his entire childhood, his entire adolescence, his entire adult life, not a single doctor, nurse, or medical professional in Springfield identified it. Not in a routine checkup. Not when Homer was treated for any of the many, many injuries he sustained over the decades. Not once in his entire life did a medical scan or examination reveal a foreign object taking up space in his brain. Either the medical establishment in Springfield is so catastrophically incompetent that it makes Homer's safety work at the plant look rigorous by comparison, or the medical establishment in Springfield is aware of things it has chosen not to document, not to disclose, not to treat. If Mr. Burns's influence extends into Springfield's healthcare infrastructure, and there is substantial reason to believe it does, because Burns effectively owns the town's economy, and the plant is its primary employer and its primary source of electrical power, then what motivation would any Springfield doctor have to identify and report neurological abnormalities in the population? What would happen to a physician who began documenting a pattern of radiation-related cognitive impairment in the residents of a town whose most powerful citizen is the man running the reactor that is causing the impairment? The crayon in Homer's brain stops being a quirky episode premise and starts being something considerably more serious when you ask who benefits from it being there. Mr. Burns knows what the plant is doing. This is not speculation. The show makes it explicit. Burns undergoes weekly medical treatments that are so extreme, so saturated with radiation and experimental therapeutics, that after each session he wanders out of the treatment facility in a dazed state, his body emitting a visible green glow that can be seen at night from a distance. His entire lifespan is maintained through these treatments. Without them, he dies within a week. He is not surviving through normal biological processes. He is being kept alive through a medical protocol that is, in essence, a controlled version of the same radiation exposure that is slowly killing everyone else in Springfield. Burns understands radiation biology intimately. He has to. His life depends on understanding it. He knows exactly what his plant has been doing to the water supply and the air and the people who live downwind of his cooling towers, because the same processes that are altering their biology are the same processes that he has spent his entire life managing in his own body, with the crucial difference that he has the resources to manage them, and they do not. Burns is not poisoning Springfield accidentally. Burns is poisoning Springfield deliberately, with full knowledge of the consequences, because the consequences serve his interests. A population with compromised cognitive function is not going to organize effectively. A workforce that is too neurologically damaged to clearly evaluate its own circumstances is not going to demand better conditions or higher wages, or the shutdown of the facility that is slowly eroding their capacity for independent thought. A town that cannot think clearly about what is happening to it, cannot fight back against what is happening to it. The crayon is not just in Homer's brain. In a metaphorical sense, the crayon is in every brain in Springfield. Burns put it there. And he keeps it there by ensuring that Homer remains at his post in Sector 7G, sleeping at his console, eating donuts during meltdown warnings, and never once understanding the relationship between the building he works in and the fog that has been with him since childhood. When German investors briefly purchased the plant in one storyline, the first thing they did after completing the acquisition was fire Homer. They recognized immediately that he was not a safety inspector. He was a liability. They did the assessment on the cost of bringing the facility up to code, and the estimate nearly destroyed their investment. They were right about the problems. They would have fixed them. The contamination would have slowed. The population might have begun to recover. Burns bought the plant back and rehired Homer within a single episode. A competent safety inspector would shut that plant down within a month. Homer ensures that it stays open. Homer ensures that the violations continue. Homer ensures that the water stays poisoned and the air stays heavy and the radiation keeps doing what radiation has always been doing in Springfield, slowly and invisibly and without ever once announcing itself. And Homer does this not out of malice. Homer does this because Homer does not know. Homer will never know, not because he is incapable of knowing in any absolute sense, as the crayon episode proves, but because the system around him has been meticulously designed to ensure that the knowledge never reaches him. The doctors who might tell him are compromised. The safety protocols that might protect him have been removed by his own hand without his understanding of what he was removing. The intelligence that might allow him to piece it together has been physically obstructed by an object in his skull. Homer is not the safety inspector of a nuclear power plant. Homer is the mechanism by which a nuclear power plant avoids having a safety inspector. There is a moment in the Simpsons movie when the federal government determines that Springfield's environmental contamination has reached a level so catastrophic that the only solution is physical containment. A massive glass dome is lowered over the entire town. The Environmental Protection Agency, depicted as an actual functioning federal agency within the show's universe, makes the determination that Springfield is too toxic, too fundamentally contaminated to be allowed to continue operating as a normal American municipality. The dome goes up. The town is sealed. The residents are trapped inside with the contamination that has been building in their bodies and their water and their soil for decades. The United States government looked at Springfield and classified it as an environmental hazard. The people inside, the people who have been drinking that water and breathing that air and living under those cooling towers their whole lives, they are still inside when the dome goes down. This is not a metaphor. This is the show's own depiction of what Springfield is. A containment zone. A place where the accumulation of decades of unchecked environmental damage has reached a point where the contamination must be physically prevented from spreading to the rest of the country. Springfield is quarantined. And the residents, the people with 4 fingers and yellow skin and bulging eyes and cognitive impairments and a fish with 3 eyes in the river near their homes, they are quarantined with it. The radiation theory does not just explain a handful of Simpsons mysteries, it explains the architecture of the show. The characters do not age because their mutated biology has been altered in ways that affect normal cellular progression. The town resets after catastrophic events because the population's capacity for critical memory is compromised by decades of neurological damage. Homer survives injuries that should be fatal because his body has developed adaptations to radiation that produce extraordinary physical resilience alongside devastating cognitive impairment. Burns remains alive through treatments that would kill a normal person because he has spent over a century learning to manage his own radiation exposure with resources that no one else in the town possesses. And nobody asks why the fish have 3 eyes, Because the same poison that gave the fish its third eye has affected the part of the human brain that generates the question in the first place. The radiation is not just in the water, it is in the fog. And the fog is very comfortable at this time of night, with the lights low and the cooling towers humming their steady electrical hum on the edge of town, and the river moving quietly in the dark, carrying whatever it has always carried, downstream toward places that do not know yet what is coming. Let the fog settle if you like. We are just getting started. Section 3. The Dream That Never Ended. Homer's Coma and the Sleeping Mind. There is something particularly appropriate about exploring this theory at this hour when your own mind is drifting towards sleep, when the boundary between waking and dreaming has grown soft and permeable, when you are perhaps already half unsure whether the things you are hearing are being received by your waking brain or by something deeper and less literal. Because this theory is, at its core, about exactly that. The boundary between waking and dreaming, and what happens when it never comes back. On April 1st, 1993, the 18th episode of The Simpsons' 4th season aired. The episode was called So It's Come to This, a Simpsons clip show. The premise was constructed as a frame for revisiting earlier moments from the series, a clip show. The kind of thing that every long-running television show eventually produces when it needs a cost-effective episode. The frame story was this. Bart plays a series of April Fool's pranks on Homer, each one escalating until he takes one of Homer's beer cans to an auto body shop and places it inside an industrial paint shaker. The shaking causes the beer inside to reach a level of pressurization that no aluminum can was designed to contain. When Homer opens it, the resulting explosion is violent enough to send him to the hospital. This is funny. This is exactly the kind of absurd physical escalation that defined the show's comedy during its peak years. The audience laughed and waited to see what happened next. What happened next was this. While Homer lay in his hospital bed recovering from the blast, he spotted a candy vending machine on the other side of the room. He got up to get something. He reached into the machine. He could not quite get his hand around the candy bar he wanted. He leaned into the machine. He pushed against it. The machine, obeying the basic principle that vending machines are not designed to withstand the full weight of a man leaning his body into them, tipped forward and came down on top of him. Homer flatlined. He entered a medically induced coma. This is not played for comedy, not entirely. The episode lets the moment land. The family gathers at his bedside. There is genuine concern, genuine fear. Bart, who set the whole chain of events in motion, sits beside his father's bed with real guilt on his face. Guilt that a 10-year-old carries differently from how adults carry it. Without the adult capacity for self-justification and rationalization, just the raw weight of having done something with terrible consequences. Homer is unconscious for 7 weeks. When he wakes up, Bart is at his bedside. Bart tearfully confesses. Homer springs into consciousness, and the first thing he does is reach out and begin strangling his son in the way that has been their particular expression of frustrated love since the very first episode. The family laughs. The show has its moment of restored normalcy. Everything goes back to the way it always is. And then, in the final minutes of the episode, the doctor informs Homer that the coma caused him to lose 5% of his brain function. Permanently. Gone, destroyed, never coming back. Homer's response to learning that he has suffered permanent neurological damage is to laugh. Even though, as he notes in the same breath, he does not understand why he is laughing. The family finds this charming. The credits roll. The show continues for 30 more years, unless it does not. The Homer coma theory is the single most discussed, most debated, most obsessively analyzed fan theory in the history of The Simpsons. Its central premise, which was originally articulated in detail by a Reddit user and has since been refined and elaborated upon by thousands of people across decades of online discussion, is this. Homer Simpson did not wake up in April 1993. Everything that has aired since that episode, every storyline, every guest appearance, every impossible adventure, every escalating absurdity, every episode of 30-plus seasons is a dream. It is the internal experience of an unconscious man in a hospital bed, his brain generating a continuous, elaborate, increasingly surreal simulation of the life he loves because the alternative is to simply stop. The evidence for this theory, once you begin examining it, is the kind of evidence that tends to keep people awake at night in the specific way that very good theories keep people awake. Not with anxiety, but with that particular alertness that comes from feeling a pattern click into place. Let us start with what the show was before the coma. In its first 3.5 seasons, The Simpsons was a grounded show. Not realistic in a strict sense. It was always a cartoon, always exaggerated, always willing to use absurdity to make a point. But its storylines dealt with recognizable domestic problems. Homer tries to lose weight and becomes obsessed with a new diet in a way that anyone who has ever tried to change a habit will recognize. Marge becomes concerned that she is not interesting enough, that the gap between who she is and who she hoped she might be has grown larger without her noticing. Bart fails his grade and faces the real possibility of being held back, which is a fear that any child who has ever underperformed on an exam will understand. Lisa develops a crush on her substitute teacher, which is among the most universal experiences in the history of childhood. And she navigates the complicated emotional geography of admiration and projection and disappointment with a sensitivity that feels genuinely observed. Grandpa sits in the retirement home and talks about the past, and the past keeps shifting slightly in his telling, the way memory shifts for all old men, in ways that make you gently sad rather than alarmed. These are real problems. These are the problems of a real family in a real town, rendered in yellow ink and given voices and jokes and an opening sequence that has become one of the most recognizable pieces of pop culture in history. The show was funny because it was true. The comedy came from recognition. After the coma, something changes. The change is not subtle. The change is, once you are looking for it, extraordinarily visible. So visible that it has been the subject of continuous public debate since the mid-90s, framed usually as the question of when the show went wrong, when it lost the quality it had in its early years, when it became something different from what it started as. After the coma, Homer goes to space. Not in a dream sequence, not in a fantasy, but in a real storyline where Homer actually travels to space and experiences zero gravity and floats next to a bag of chips while Buzz Aldrin narrates. After the coma, Homer discovers that his mother is not dead, that she has been alive this entire time, living as a fugitive radical because Mr. Burns destroyed her life when Homer was a child. After the coma, Homer joins a secret society, becomes a food critic, leads a vigilante group, works as a bodyguard for a rock band, discovers a talent for managing a professional boxer, joins a union, runs for city sanitation commissioner, opens a restaurant, opens an internet company, becomes a missionary, becomes a professional gambler, becomes a drug dealer for prescription medication, travels to countries on multiple continents, meets former presidents, befriends an absurd number of celebrities, and survives physical trauma on a scale and with a frequency that would, in any realistic frame, suggest that he was not a human being, subject to normal biological constraints. The escalation is so dramatic that it feels qualitatively different from the show that came before it. And the Homer coma theory says this is not a coincidence, and it is not a failure of craft. The escalation is the simulation running hotter. It is a dreaming brain generating more and more elaborate scenarios as its grip on realistic narrative weakens. The early coma dreams are coherent and domestic and recognizable because they are fueled by strong, recent memory. The later dreams are grander and stranger and less tethered to reality because the memory is fading, because the brain generating them is doing less well, because the simulations are running on progressively degraded hardware. Every season, the show gets further from realism. The dream becomes more elaborate and more desperate, a mind in decline producing compensatory grandeur, the way certain neurological conditions produce vivid hallucinations in their later stages. The dreams are bigger because the reality is smaller. The adventures are more impossible because the biology is more compromised. Now consider what happened 6 months before the coma episode. In the season 4 premiere, Homer has a conversation with God. An actual conversation, face to face. Homer talks with God, and God in this episode is treated as a real character within the show's universe. Not a dream, not a hallucination, but a genuine theological encounter. And during this conversation, God tells Homer something. God tells Homer that he will learn the meaning of life, but not yet. His time is coming. His time is coming. 6 months later, Homer is in a coma. The Homer coma theory reads this as a prophecy, not a joke that happens to echo later, a prophecy. God was telling Homer, with the gentle obliqueness of divine communication, that his conscious life was nearing its end, that the waking world was about to close, that what came after would be different in kind from what had come before, that his time, specifically the time in which he experienced the world directly and consciously, was running out. And 6 months later, a vending machine fell on him, and the world he knew went dark. There is the aging problem. We have already noted that no one in Springfield ages. Bart has been 10 for 36 years. Lisa has been 8. Maggie has been 1. Homer and Marge have not added a visible line to their faces. The floating timeline is the industry term for this, a narrative convention that allows the show to remain perpetually contemporary while keeping its characters frozen. Most people accept it as a storytelling choice and move on. The Homer coma theory offers a different explanation, and it is the explanation that makes the most people go quiet when they first really hear it. Nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen mind of an unconscious man. Homer's brain cannot imagine his children growing up because he was not there to watch it happen. The last time he saw Bart, Bart was 10. The last time he saw Lisa, she was 8. The last time he held Maggie, she was 1 year old, small enough to rest in the crook of his arm, warm against his chest. His memory of his children is frozen at the moment the vending machine fell. His unconscious brain has only these fixed reference points to draw from, and so in the dream, the children stay exactly as they were. Not because the show cannot imagine them aging, but because Homer's coma dream cannot. His wife does not age because the last time he looked at her, she looked exactly like that. His friends do not change because the version of them he carries in his memory is the version that existed on the day he went under. The dream preserves the world exactly as it was on the last day Homer was aware of it, because that is what coma dreams do. Or rather, that is what loss does to memory. It freezes the people you love at the last moment you saw them clearly. It locks their faces and their voices and the specific quality of their laughter into something permanent and unreachable and desperately precious. Homer's coma is not a nightmare. It is a monument. He built it out of the last things he saw before the lights went down, and he has been living inside it ever since. The celebrity appearances in the later seasons make a different kind of sense under this theory too. In the earlier seasons, celebrity guests are relatively rare and generally grounded in Springfield's reality. In the later seasons, celebrities flood the show. Dozens per season, at a rate that suggests Springfield has somehow become the most celebrity-frequented small American city in history. The conventional explanation is that celebrity cameos became a marketing tool, a rating strategy, a way for the show to stay relevant by association. The coma theory offers something stranger. Homer's unconscious brain, lying in a hospital bed, receives ambient sensory input from the world outside. The television in his room, the conversations of the nurses and family members at his bedside, the radio that someone left playing down the hall. The brain, unable to fully process this input, but unable to fully ignore it either, incorporates these fragments into the dream. Names, voices, cultural references. The dream mind absorbs them and weaves them into the simulation, not as accurate representations of the real people whose names it heard, but as dream character versions, constructed from fragments and impressions, appearing in scenarios that make sense within the dream's internal logic. Every celebrity who appears in Springfield is a voice Homer heard through the fog of unconsciousness, translated into a character by a brain that needs to populate its world with something. There is a moment in the show, much later, that the theory's proponents find particularly haunting. In season 34, the show produced and then deliberately leaked what it described as a fake deleted scene. In this scene, Homer wakes up from a long coma. He is in a hospital bed. The family is around him. He has clearly been unconscious for a very long time. And the revelation, as the fake deleted scene frames it, is that every outlandish episode since the coma, all of the impossible adventures, all of the celebrity encounters, all of the space travel and vigilante campaigns and encounters with foreign heads of state, was a dream. The show released the scene as a deliberate engagement with the theory. They animated it. They gave it to the audience. And then they said it was planted by hackers, that it was a hoax, that it was not real, that Homer was never in a coma that long. Just kidding. Move on. But they made it. They committed the creative resources to producing a fully animated depiction of Homer, waking from a coma and the dream being revealed. They showed it to millions of people. And then they took it back. And the taking back was wrapped inside an episode that depicted exactly what the theory says is the truth. And the audience laughed, and the show continued. Al Jean, the longtime executive producer of The Simpsons, addressed the coma theory directly in 2015. He said it is not true. He said Homer woke up. He dismissed the fan speculation. What Al Jean did not address was why nobody ages. He did not explain the tonal shift after season 4. He did not explain the conversation with God and the 6-month window before the coma. He did not explain the progressive surrealism of the later seasons, the way the show's grip on domestic realism loosened steadily and without reversal in exactly the pattern you would expect from a dreaming brain in slow decline. He just said, it is not true. And then the interviewer moved on, which is what interviewers do and what Springfield residents do, and perhaps what we are all conditioned to do when someone hands us an answer that closes a door we were not ready to close. The theory does something that no official creative explanation has ever done. It makes the entirety of The Simpsons coherent as a single unified narrative. The aging freeze, the tonal shift, the celebrity flood, the increasingly impossible plots, the reset button that erases consequences between episodes. If Homer is dreaming, none of these are failures of craft. All of them are features of the simulation. A dream does not maintain consistent stakes. A dream does not keep permanent records of what happened last week. A dream lets the same person make the same mistakes indefinitely without consequence because dreams are not making an argument about cause and effect. Dreams are making an argument about desire. And Homer's desire is so simple. It is so simple, it is almost painful to articulate. He wants his family. He wants Marge to still love him, still be patient with him, still choose him every morning when she wakes up and makes the decision that she makes every morning. He wants Bart to still be his mischievous, difficult, beloved boy, the son whose name he has been yelling since the boy was old enough to do anything worth yelling about. He wants Lisa to still be playing her saxophone in her room upstairs, her music coming down through the ceiling, that particular quality of sound that parents know. The sound of a child engaged in something that matters to them. The sound that means everything is all right, that the house is full, that everyone is accounted for. He wants Maggie in his arms, small and warm, her pacifier making its soft sound, her enormous eyes regarding him with that patient intelligence she has always had. He wants to go home. That is the entire dream. That is every episode, every storyline, every impossible adventure, and every domestic crisis, and every reset back to normal at the end of every 22 minutes of television. Homer is going home, over and over, in every possible direction, through every possible version of the journey, because the dream gives him the only thing a coma can give. It gives him the destination without the ending. It gives him Friday night on Evergreen Terrace without the Friday night ever having to become Saturday morning. It gives him his family, preserved in amber, exactly as they were on the last day he was with them. And it keeps them that way for as long as his brain keeps the simulation running. Homer's coma is not a tragedy. Not entirely. It is the longest act of love in television history. A man dreaming about his family because they are the only thing worth dreaming about. And if you are lying here at this hour, somewhere between waking and sleep, somewhere in the soft territory between one state of consciousness and another, you might find that you understand something about that. The way certain things become very clear and very important right at the edge of sleep. The way the people you love tend to appear in that liminal space, not as they are right now, perhaps, but as they were at some important moment. Some moment of particular warmth or particular ordinariness that lodged itself in memory for reasons you cannot entirely explain. Homer is having that experience. He has been having it since April 1993, and every episode since then has been him finding his way home by the end of the hour, because in the dream, he never really left. Section 4. Who really shot Mr. Burns? The case that was never closed. Let us go back to the summer of 1995. The Simpsons was at the height of its cultural dominance. It was not merely a popular television show. It was an event, a shared reference point that felt in the mid-90s like one of those rare pieces of popular culture that genuinely belonged to everyone. The episode that closed the 6th season ended on a cliffhanger that had not been attempted before by an animated show. Mr. Burns had been shot. He was in a coma. His shooter was unknown. And America, which was in the particular cultural mood of 1995, which had spent the previous year watching the O.J. Simpson trial consume the national conversation and develop a genuine appetite for real-time mystery solving, responded to the question of who shot Mr. Burns with an enthusiasm that surprised even the people who had planned it. Fox promoted it like a national event. America's Most Wanted produced a tie-in special called Springfield's Most Wanted, treating the shooting as if it were a real unsolved crime requiring the public's assistance. There was a national contest. Viewers could submit their guess for who the shooter was. The prize was significant. The winner would be animated into an actual future episode of the show. Thousands of entries were submitted. The promotional apparatus was enormous. The cultural conversation was genuine. And in September 1995, the answer was revealed. Maggie Simpson did it. The baby. Little one-year-old Maggie, who had been sitting in her car seat in her high chair in the arms of anyone who would hold her, who had never formed a sentence, who had never walked reliably, who communicated through pacifier sounds and large-eyed stares, had shot the richest man in Springfield with his own gun. The case was closed, except that it was not. Let us go back to the beginning and actually examine the evidence, Because the more carefully you look at this mystery, the more the official resolution feels less like a solution and more like a conclusion that was arrived at for reasons that have nothing to do with what actually happened. The setup for those who want it laid out clearly was this. Mr. Burns had, over the course of the 6th season's finale, committed a series of escalating outrages against the people of Springfield. He stole an oil deposit from beneath Springfield Elementary School, destroying the school's budget and eliminating the music program and several other things the school depended on. He drove Moe's Tavern into bankruptcy. He created a sinkhole that destroyed the Springfield Retirement Castle, displacing its elderly residents. He injured Santa's little helper, the Simpson family dog. And then, for his crowning achievement, he constructed a device, a large mechanical disc mounted on a tower that he used to block out the sun over the entire town. Not metaphorically, not partially. Burns stole Springfield's sunlight, literally, physically, so that the town's residents would be forced to run their electric lights all day long, every day, which meant they would be forced to buy more electricity, which meant that Burns, who owned the only power plant, would profit from the darkness he had created. When Smithers, his longtime assistant and most loyal employee, objected to this last scheme on what he described as moral grounds, Burns fired him. On the spot, after decades of service. Smithers left the building in a state of shock and spiraling despair. By the end of the episode, every single person in Springfield had a specific, documented, personal reason to want Charles Montgomery Burns dead. A town meeting was convened. It was attended by essentially everyone. The tension in the room was the kind of tension that precedes violence. Multiple characters were shown with weapons. The air was charged with the specific energy of a community that has finally, collectively, reached its limit. Burns arrived at the meeting. He addressed the crowd with his customary contempt. And then, outside the meeting, somewhere in the vicinity of the Springfield town square, something happened. Burns was shot. When he was found, he had staggered to the town sundial and fallen against it, his hands landing on 2 letters. W and S. Or, from Burns's own perspective, looking at the dial from the position in which he had fallen, M and S Maggie Simpson. This is the clue that the show uses to justify its answer. Burns's hands fell on those letters. M for Maggie, S for Simpson, case closed. Except that Burns himself said explicitly in the episode's resolution that the positioning of his hands on the sundial was not intentional. He did not deliberately arrange himself to spell out his attacker's initials. He simply fell. The letters are where his hands happened to land. The single most prominent physical clue in the entire mystery was identified by the victim himself as a coincidence. The sundial clue, the image that every piece of promotional material for the episode used, the image that has become iconic in the show's history, is, according to the person who was supposedly sending the message, meaningless. He just fell that way. Then there is the gun. Shortly before the shooting, if you watch the episode carefully, Burns's holster is shown empty. The gun is not on him. Someone took it before the shot was fired. Whoever shot Burns used Burns's own weapon, which was already missing from his person. This tells us something specific about the shooter. The shooter was someone who either had prior access to Burns, had the opportunity to take the gun without Burns noticing, or encountered the gun in circumstances that made it accessible to them. Most of the people at the town meeting were carrying their own weapons. They had brought them to the meeting with intent, which suggests premeditation, which is the kind of thing that tends to make a crime harder to pin on a single impulsive moment. The person who shot Burns did not plan to shoot him, or at least did not plan to shoot him with a gun of their own. They encountered the gun by chance or by arrangement, and used it in a moment of impulse or opportunity. A baby finding a gun on the ground fits this profile. So does a dozen other characters. Burns's last words before being shot were, as recalled by those who witnessed them, words of recognition. He said something to the effect of, "Oh, it is you. Not who are you, not what are you doing here, not expressions of alarm or surprise at seeing an armed attacker." He spoke with recognition. He spoke the way you speak when you see someone you know, someone you expected in some sense to encounter, someone whose presence does not alarm you, even in circumstances that might otherwise seem alarming. Does Mr. Burns know Maggie Simpson? Is there an established relationship between the most powerful man in Springfield and the youngest member of the Simpson family prior to this moment? The show does not establish one. Burns barely knows Homer's name, despite Homer being his direct employee for years. The idea that Burns would see a baby he has no particular relationship with and respond with warm, calm recognition of the "oh, it is you" variety does not align with what we know about how Burns's mind works. The DNA evidence points to Homer. His fingerprints are on the gun. An eyelash belonging to a Simpson family member is found on Burns's suit. The forensic evidence that was gathered by the Springfield Police Department points most directly at Homer, not at Maggie. Chief Wiggum arrests Homer. The case against him is being built. And then Burns wakes up from his coma, looks around the hospital room, and announces that it was the baby. This is testimony from a man who just regained consciousness after being shot. A man whose memory of the incident must be filtered through the trauma of the shooting, the shock of the injury, and whatever cognitive disruption a coma lasting that long might produce. A man who, it is worth remembering, identified his attacker based on an encounter in a parking lot that he is the only witness to. An encounter with no corroborating evidence, an encounter described entirely from his own retrospective account of events he may or may not have fully processed before losing consciousness. The contest tells us something too. The show's creators held a national contest inviting viewers to guess the shooter. They had stated explicitly that the answer was determinable from the clues in the first episode. Thousands of entries were submitted. Based on the DVD commentary, not a single person selected randomly from the entry pool had the correct answer. Nobody won. The prize had to be distributed to a randomly selected entrant, who then received a cash payment instead of being animated, because they had not guessed correctly. One person, somewhere on a Simpsons online forum, posted the correct answer the night of the original broadcast. They were using a college internet account that had been deactivated by the time the producers tried to find them. The only person who correctly solved the mystery from the available evidence cannot be reached. The show issued an open invitation on the DVD release for that person to come forward. They never did. The show's creators designed a mystery, told the public it was solvable from the clues in the episode, promoted a national contest around the solution, and when the answer was revealed, essentially nobody in the national viewing audience had figured it out. Either the clues were insufficient, the red herrings were too effective, or the answer they gave at the end did not logically follow from the evidence they had laid out. There is a season 18 episode in which Homer casually, in the middle of an unrelated conversation, claims that he was actually the one who shot Burns. He says it out loud. Nobody responds. Nobody investigates. Nobody reopens the case. Homer has just confessed on camera to the attempted murder of the richest man in town, and the show treats this as a throwaway moment, a line that exists and then disappears. Either Homer is lying, which is consistent with his character in some respects, or Homer is telling the truth, and the original verdict was wrong. And if the original verdict was wrong, then Maggie was not the shooter. And if Maggie was not the shooter, someone framed a baby for a crime, which is either the most cynical thing that has ever happened in Springfield or the most pragmatic, depending on how you look at it, because Chief Wiggum was right about one thing. No jury in the world would convict a baby. If the real goal was to close the case to produce a named shooter, to give Springfield an answer that would allow the investigation to stop and the town to move on, then naming Maggie was the cleanest possible outcome. She cannot be prosecuted. She cannot be imprisoned. She cannot even understand what she is being accused of. She is the perfect fall person. The Marge theory. One of the most carefully constructed alternate readings of the Burns shooting focuses on Marge as the real shooter. The case for this is stronger than it might initially seem. Marge had every reason. Burns had destroyed her children's school, injured her family's dog, was attempting to steal the sunlight from her town. Marge Simpson is not a violent person, but she is not a passive one either. She is the structural foundation of her family, the person who holds the household together when Homer's entropy threatens to dissolve it entirely. And she has a capacity for decisive action when the people she loves are threatened that the show has demonstrated across many episodes. Marge, push far enough, acts. There is an earlier episode in which Burns develops a romantic fixation on Marge. It is played for comedy, but it is established canon that Burns has had feelings for Marge that go beyond mere employer of husband professional awareness. If Burns recognized his shooter and chose to protect them rather than identify them, if Burns woke from his coma and looked around the room and made a decision about what to say, then his protection of Marge would be consistent with what we know about his feelings for her. He took the bullet. He came around. And rather than name the woman he had been infatuated with, he looked at the sundial and let the town fill in whatever answer was most convenient. Maggie was convenient. She was the answer that closed the case without punishing anyone. The answer that let Springfield exhale and reset and move on to the next crisis. The answer that served every interest in the room except the interest of actual accuracy. The show produced a fully animated alternate ending in which Smithers was revealed as the shooter. Full length, fully voiced, complete. This ending was later screened in a clip show where Troy McClure dismissed it by pointing out that the Simpson DNA evidence would have had to be ignored, which he noted would be downright nutty. He then explicitly compared this to the O.J. Simpson trial, where a jury did indeed disregard DNA evidence to reach an acquittal. The show is winking at you. It is telling you, through the mouth of a fictional character in a clip show, that the DNA evidence proving the official answer is not necessarily the truth. That juries and investigations can arrive at whatever conclusion the people in power prefer them to arrive at, and that the official answer and the correct answer are different things and have been different things and well documented. Real-world cases. An early draft of the script had Barney Gumble as the shooter. The writer seriously considered sending Barney to prison, which would have resolved the creative problem of what to do with a character whose arc had grown stagnant. The Barney ending was abandoned, but the fact that it existed means the writers were not working backward from a predetermined truth. They were working forward from a scenario they had created, adjusting and revising the answer until they landed on one that served the episode's needs, and then constructing the evidence around the answer they chose rather than the other way around. The mystery was reverse engineered. And here's the question that haunts the whole thing. In a town where every single person had a documented motive, where dozens of people were carrying weapons, where the victim had just committed an act of environmental terrorism against the entire community, how is it possible that only one person pulled the trigger? Springfield is not known for restraint. Springfield rioted because of a misunderstanding about a bear permit. Springfield forms mobs on a weekly basis over disputes considerably less consequential than having the sun stolen from the sky. But when Mr. Burns does the most objectively outrageous thing anyone in the show's history has ever done, the whole furious crowd disperses and only one person, a baby, ends up with blood on her hands. Either the shooting was planned, or it was performed by someone with the specific combination of proximity, motive, access to the weapon, and relationship with Burns that made the encounter possible in the specific way Burns described it. The official answer is Maggie Simpson. The show committed to it. The DVD commentary defends it. The episode aired and the world moved on. But the contest, nobody won. The clue that Burns himself said was meaningless. The alternate ending that was fully animated and then dismissed with an explicit reference to a real-world jury ignoring DNA evidence. Homer's uncontested confession in season 18. The final shot of Maggie, alone in the room after everyone has left, checking to make sure nobody is watching before she mimics pulling a trigger. Is she confessing? Or is she remembering something she saw someone else do? The greatest mystery in Simpsons history was never actually solved. It was closed. And in Springfield, those are two entirely different things. Section 5. The Immortal Man. How Mr. Burns has cheated death for over a century. Burns was born in the late 19th century. This is not a speculation. It is established by the show across multiple episodes through direct reference and specific personal recollection. Burns has told stories in the context of what he clearly experiences as personal memory rather than historical knowledge about events from before the turn of the 20th century. He has described the Gilded Age not as a period he learned about, but as a period he lived through. He's referenced the Spanish-American War, the beginning of the automobile age, both world wars in terms that suggest first-hand familiarity rather than historical study. He attended Yale University at a time that, given his apparent age in the context of other established facts about his biography, would have placed his enrollment in the early decades of the 20th century. By the most conservative reading of the evidence, Burns is well over 100 years old. By the more generous readings, he may be approaching 150. And yet he sits in his office behind his vast desk in his vast building, running a multi-billion-dollar corporation with a strategic intelligence and a tactical ruthlessness that shows no sign of the cognitive decline that generally accompanies extreme old age. His body is frail, yes. His physical strength is effectively non-existent. He is vulnerable in the way that very old, very thin, very long unwell people are vulnerable. But his mind is extraordinary. He plans, he schemes, he manipulates. He remembers everything. He anticipates. He moves pieces across a board that other characters cannot even see, let alone comprehend. How is this man alive? The show addresses this directly in the episode called The Springfield Files, which is also the episode where Homer reports seeing a glowing alien in the woods near Springfield, and the FBI agents Mulder and Scully are called in to investigate. The episode builds toward a reveal, and the reveal is this. The glowing creature in the woods is not an alien. It is Mr. Burns. Burns has been undergoing a weekly medical treatment so extreme, so saturated with irradiation and experimental chemistry, that after each session, his body emits a visible green glow that can be seen at night from a considerable distance. The treatment keeps him alive for exactly one more week. Without it, he dies. His margin for error is 0. His life is maintained the way a delicate machine is maintained, through precise, regularly scheduled intervention. And if the maintenance cycle is ever missed, the machine stops. Burns glows in the dark. Burns requires a weekly radiation treatment to survive. Burns, the man who owns a nuclear power plant, the man whose facility has been leaking radioactive material into Springfield's water supply for decades, is himself powered by radiation. He is not just profiting from the contamination he has created. He is sustained by it. His body has been so fundamentally and so thoroughly altered by a century or more of proximity to nuclear material that it cannot sustain its own biological processes through normal cellular function. It requires external radiation input the way a normal person requires food and water. What this means, practically, is that Burns has been doing to himself in a controlled medical setting what his plant has been doing to Springfield's residents in an uncontrolled environmental setting. The difference between Burns and Homer is not that Burns is immune to the radiation. It is that Burns has the resources to manage his exposure, to calibrate it, to turn what would be a fatal accumulation in an unmanaged body into a life-sustaining protocol in a carefully managed one. He is not immortal in any magical sense. He is immortal in a profoundly practical sense. He is too well-resourced to die the Three Stooges scene. There is a moment in the show that has become one of its most quoted, most remembered, most endlessly referenced scenes. Burns visits a doctor, and the doctor informs him that he has every disease known to medical science. Every single one, simultaneously, all present in his body at the same time. The doctor explains this as what he calls Three Stooges syndrome, comparing it to the scenario of three people trying to fit through a doorway at once. When all three try to move through simultaneously, none of them can advance. They are each perfectly blocked by the others. Burns's diseases all exist in his body at the same time. And because there are so many of them, because they are all competing for the same biological real estate, none of them can advance far enough to actually kill him. They are in perfect equilibrium. Every illness he has is blocked by every other illness he has, and the gridlock is total, and Burns is the sickest man in the United States, and simultaneously, paradoxically, functionally indestructible because every possible cause of death is being prevented by every other possible cause of death. This is played for comedy. It is among the most quoted scenes the show has produced. And under the radiation theory, it makes a kind of terrifying sense. Burns's weekly treatments are not curing his diseases. They are managing them. The radiation keeps all of the competing pathologies in their precise equilibrium, preventing any single condition from gaining dominance over the others and progressing to a fatal state. Remove the treatments, and the equilibrium collapses. One disease surges, then another. Then they all do simultaneously in a cascade that his body cannot handle. He dies not of one illness, but of all of them at once, which is, in its way, an appropriate end for a man who has spent his life being excessive in everything. Smithers is keeping him alive. This is worth saying directly, because the nature of Smithers' devotion to Burns has been the subject of much discussion over the decades, and most of that discussion is focused on the emotional dimensions of their relationship. But there is a practical dimension that tends to get less attention. Smithers manages Burns' schedule. Smithers ensures that Burns makes every weekly treatment appointment. Smithers monitors Burns' physical condition with a vigilance that goes far beyond what any reasonable employer could expect from any reasonable employee. Smithers is, in practical terms, Burns' medical coordinator, the person who stands between Burns' complex biological maintenance protocol and the entropy that would destroy it if the appointments were missed, the treatments were delayed, the careful management of his many simultaneous conditions were allowed to lapse for even a single week. Without Smithers, Burns would die. Not emotionally, physically. Without Smithers managing the schedule, Burns would miss a dose. Without the dose, the equilibrium fails. Without the equilibrium, the diseases surge. Without something to hold them back, Burns dies. Smithers' devotion is not just emotional, it is functional. His loyalty is the mechanism of Burns' survival. He is not devoted to Burns because he cannot help himself. He is devoted to Burns because he understands, at some level, that his absence is a death sentence, and a man who knows that his leaving will kill someone cannot leave cleanly. The knowledge is a chain. The chain is all the stronger for being invisible. Burns's connection to historical events layers another dimension onto the immortality question. He has described personal relationships with figures who died before most of the show's audience was born. He served in World War II in a capacity that the show characterizes as morally questionable. During that war, he stole a $1 trillion bill from the United States government and kept it hidden for decades. He knew Howard Hughes. He attended Yale at a time that places his enrollment in the early 20th century. He has described the construction of the interstate highway system not as something he read about, but as something he watched happen. His family wealth predates the Industrial Revolution, and the Burns dynasty, as it is depicted across the show's canon, extends back considerably further than any single patriarch. There is a question that the show never directly asks, but that the available evidence keeps raising. Is Burns unique, or is his situation the result of something the Burns family has always done? If the current Burns has been alive for over a century through artificial means, if his longevity is the product of technological and medical intervention rather than natural biology, then the question becomes what the Burns family did before nuclear radiation and experimental medicine existed to provide those interventions. The family has maintained continuous control of its fortune for longer than most American institutions have existed. That kind of continuity across generations, through political upheavals and economic catastrophes and social revolutions that have destroyed the wealth and power of countless other dynasties, does not happen through normal generational succession. Either the Burns family has been extraordinarily lucky for an implausibly long time, or they have always found other ways to extend their hold on power beyond what normal human lifespans would allow. Burns has come close to dying many times. He has been shot. He has been hospitalized with injuries and illnesses that would have ended anyone else. He has been left for dead on multiple occasions. And every time, he comes back. Not through cartoon resilience, not through the kind of passive survival that Homer manages by virtue of being the protagonist. Burns comes back through infrastructure, through money, through the medical and logistical machinery that his wealth maintains, and that exists for the sole purpose of ensuring that whatever happens to his body, there will always be someone standing by with the resources to repair it. Homer survives because the show needs him to. Burns survives because he spent a century building a system designed to ensure his survival regardless of what happens. Homer's immortality is passive. Burns's immortality is engineered. Every dollar he has ever earned, every institution he has ever corrupted, every politician he has ever purchased, every physician he has ever retained on his personal payroll, it all serves one ultimate purpose: keep Burns alive. Keep the treatments coming. Keep the diseases in equilibrium. Keep the reactor running. Because if Burns dies, the infrastructure dies with him. And the infrastructure is not just his empire. It is the mechanism that maintains his town, that keeps its lights on and its economy functioning, and its residents employed, and its contaminated water flowing through its pipes into its kitchens. Springfield cannot kill Burns. Springfield cannot survive without Burns. And Burns cannot die without the system he built finally having to answer for what it has done. There is something almost restful about this in a strange way at this hour. The image of a man kept alive by sheer force of accumulated resource, maintained through weekly protocols, managed like a reactor himself, adjusting control rods to prevent a meltdown, existing at the intersection of wealth and biology and time in a way that should be impossible, but is instead simply very expensive. He is not immortal. He is too expensive to die. And Springfield will keep paying the bill for as long as Burns keeps the lights on, which, if his treatment schedule holds, will be forever. Section 6. The Lie That Became Law, the Principal, the Impostor, and Springfield's Social Contract. There is an episode that aired in 1997 that fans have been arguing about ever since. Not arguing about whether it was good. Most fans agree it was not. Not arguing about whether it contradicted established canon. It did. They are arguing about something more fundamental. Whether the episode revealed something true about Springfield that the show had been keeping implicit, or whether it simply broke something that did not need to be broken. The episode is called The Principal and the Pauper. It aired on September 28th, 1997. It is ranked among the most disliked episodes in the series. Harry Shearer, who provides the voice for Principal Skinner, as well as Mr. Burns and several other characters, publicly expressed his displeasure with the storyline. Critics pointed to it as the moment the show lost its way, the moment continuity stopped mattering, the moment the writers began treating their own established world as something that could be rearranged without consequence. But I want to suggest gently, in the manner of this kind of night, that they have been reading the episode backwards. Here is what happens. Springfield Elementary holds a celebration for Principal Seymour Skinner in honor of his 20 years of service to the school. During the event, a stranger arrives. He is a man nobody recognizes. He introduces himself as Sergeant Seymour Skinner, the real Seymour Skinner, a decorated Vietnam War veteran who was captured as a prisoner of war in Southeast Asia, believed dead, who survived his captivity, escaped, and came home to discover that someone else had been living his life for the past 20 years. The man Springfield is known as Principal Skinner is revealed to be an impostor. His real name is Armin Tamzarian. He was, before being drafted, a petty criminal and a street youth, a young man with no particular prospects and no particular identity worth preserving. He served in the same unit as the real Skinner. When Skinner was captured and presumed killed, Tamzarian felt responsible. He traveled to Springfield to deliver the news of Skinner's death to the man's mother, Agnes. When he arrived, Agnes assumed he was her son. She needed him to be her son. She was an elderly woman who had been waiting for her boy to come home from a war, and the young man standing on her porch was close enough, in her grief and her hope, to accept. Tamzarian went along with it. He became Seymour Skinner. He took the name and the rank and the identity, moved into the house, became the son Agnes needed, and eventually leveraged the Skinner identity into a career as an educator. For 20 years, he was the principal of Springfield Elementary. He attended every school event and every parent conference and every board meeting as a man he was not. And no one, not his colleagues, not the parents, not the students he had known for 2 decades, had any reason to suspect otherwise. And then the real Skinner walked through the door. Everything was exposed. The truth was laid out on the table, witnessed by the entire community. And Springfield voted on what to do about it. Not on whether to prosecute Tamzarian, which is what you might expect in a society that takes identity fraud and impersonation seriously. Not on how to restore the real Skinner's identity, to make him whole, to acknowledge what had been taken from him. Springfield held a public vote on whether to acknowledge the truth at all. And the verdict was unanimous. They voted to keep the lie. Judge Snyder issued a legal decree stating that the impostor was the real Skinner. The authentic Seymour Skinner, the actual man, the decorated veteran whose name and life had been used without his knowledge for 20 years, was physically removed from Springfield. He was tied to a railroad car and expelled from the community. And the judge added a provision that made it explicitly illegal to ever reference the truth of the matter again, under penalty of punishment. Let that settle. A town voted to make truth illegal. They had the truth standing in front of them. They had incontrovertible proof that their school principal was a fraud. They had the real person whose identity he had stolen present in the same room, ready to testify, requiring only that the community choose reality over comfort. And the community looked at reality and chose comfort. They sentenced the truth to exile. They made the lie into law. Fans have interpreted this as sloppy writing, as a destructive continuity decision, as an act of creative carelessness that retroactively made everything established about Skinner's character meaningless. His military service, his relationship with Agnes, his complicated dynamic with Bart, his entire personality, all of it supposedly built on a foundation that was now revealed to be fiction. The episode broke something, the argument goes, and nothing was put back properly. But here's the reading that I find more interesting. The episode is not a continuity error, it is a diagnosis. Springfield has always operated this way. The town has always chosen comfortable lies over uncomfortable truths. The town has always collectively agreed to forget whatever does not fit the narrative it prefers. The town has always reset to normal after events that should permanently alter its reality. It has done this for 36 seasons, in episode after episode, as a background convention that most viewers simply accept as episodic storytelling. The Principal and the Pauper is the one time the show lets you watch the mechanism in real time. It shows you the vote. It shows you the decree. It shows you the physical expulsion of the truth from the community. Every other time Springfield forgets something catastrophic, every other time the town resets after a world-altering event, it happens off-screen, between episodes, in the space where continuity would live if the show maintained continuity. The audience simply understands on some level that the reset has occurred without being shown the process. This episode shows the process. And what the process reveals is that Springfield's amnesia is not an accident. It is not a consequence of radiation, though that may contribute to it. It is not a feature of the coma dream, though that explains it too. It is a deliberate, collective social contract, an agreement that the community renews continuously, choosing the agreed-upon version of reality over the actual version, because the actual version is too costly to maintain. Consider how often Springfield has experienced things that should permanently alter its reality. The town has been sealed under a government-mandated dome. It has been invaded. It has been destroyed and rebuilt multiple times. It has survived nuclear near misses and environmental catastrophes so severe that the federal government classified the town as a hazard. It has watched its most prominent citizen block out the sun. It has discovered that its mayor is corrupt, that its police chief is incompetent, that its nuclear plant operator is negligent to the point of criminality. All of these things happen. All of them should have changed the town permanently. None of them did. After each catastrophe, by the next episode, everything is normal again. Nobody references the previous disaster. The slate is clean. The town has moved on, not because it forgot, but because it chose to forget. The Principal and the Pauper just shows you the choosing. If you follow the logic of this reading, then the real Seymour Skinner was not a victim of a single episode's poor writing. He was Springfield's canary in the coal mine. A man who showed up with incontrovertible proof that the official narrative was a lie, and whose presence threatened the community's carefully maintained comfort. And Springfield's response was exactly what it always is when someone threatens the comfort. They removed him. They tied the truth to a train and sent it somewhere outside the border of the town, and then they made it illegal to speak of it. This is not a cartoon comedy beat. This is the operating procedure of a town that has survived for 36 years by maintaining the fiction of its own normalcy against mounting evidence to the contrary. The real Skinner is still out there somewhere, beyond Springfield's city limits, carrying his actual name and his actual history and his actual military service in a world that has decided those things belong to someone else now, legally, permanently, by unanimous vote. The last honest man in a town that made honesty illegal. And every time you watch a later Simpsons episode and notice that the consequences of a previous episode have been completely forgotten, Every time the town resets after something that should have changed everything, you are watching the same vote being taken again. Silently, without ceremony. Just the town renewing its subscription to the comfortable version of itself. Springfield doesn't forget because its residents are damaged or dreaming or too radiated to remember. Springfield forgets because forgetting was chosen. Section 7. The smartest person in the room. Maggie Simpson's hidden intelligence. She has been 1 year old for 36 years. She has not spoken meaningfully in all that time. Her first word was voiced by Elizabeth Taylor in a single famous moment and has never been repeated. She communicates through the sounds of her pacifier, through facial expressions, through gestures, through the pointed, deliberate quality of her stare. She cannot walk without falling. She cannot feed herself. She requires, by every external measure, the constant care and attention that a 1 year old requires. And she shot a billionaire. She led a daycare insurrection. She has saved her family from multiple life-threatening situations through actions that required advanced planning, situational awareness, and the ability to accurately predict how other people will behave in response to specific stimuli. She has, in every episode that focuses specifically on her, demonstrated cognitive abilities that would be remarkable in an adult and are, in a child who cannot yet form sentences, genuinely extraordinary. Maggie Simpson is the most quietly dangerous person in Springfield. And the reason nobody knows it is that Maggie designed it that way. Let us start with the shooting again, but from a different angle. Not who did it, which we have already discussed at length, but what the aftermath tells us about Maggie. After the official verdict is delivered, after the community has processed the fact that a 1 year old has been identified as the person who shot the richest man in town, the final shot of the episode shows Maggie alone in the room. The family has left. Everyone else is gone. Maggie is by herself, in the quiet, and she looks around the room with a deliberateness that is worth noting. She looks left. She looks right. She checks the corners. She appears to be confirming that she is alone, that there are no witnesses, that what she does next will not be observed. And then she moves her pacifier in a motion that precisely mimics pulling a trigger. Now there are two ways to read this. Reading 1. Maggie is confessing she did it. She knows she did it. She is, in her private moment, reenacting the things she is guilty of, with the self-awareness to understand that reenacting it in front of others would have consequences she prefers to avoid. Reading 2. Maggie is remembering. She watched someone shoot Burns. She is in the way of children who are processing something they observed, repeating the motion she saw. This is what children do. They mimic the adults around them. They process events by reenacting them. The pacifier motion is not a confession. It is the motor memory of a child who saw something frightening and is replaying it in the safety of solitude. What both readings share is this. The behavior requires Maggie to have checked the room first. Whatever she is doing with the pacifier, she waited until she was alone to do it. She looked around. She confirmed she was unobserved. Then she acted. That sequence requires situational awareness. It requires a mental model of observation of the idea that actions have different consequences depending on whether they are witnessed. It requires impulse control, the ability to wait until the moment is appropriate before doing the thing. It requires strategic thinking of the most basic kind. These are not traits associated with infants. These are traits associated with someone who is managing their own image. Someone who has decided that what they do in private and what they do in public are two different things, and that this distinction matters. Someone who understands at some level that appearing capable of something and appearing incapable of something are two very different strategic positions, and that incapability is safer. The Longest Daycare is a theatrical short film that was produced in 2012 and screened in theaters before a feature film release. It runs for approximately 7 minutes. It was nominated for an Academy Award. And in those 7 minutes, it depicts Maggie Simpson demonstrating problem-solving intelligence that would be remarkable in an adult, let alone in a child who is still crawling on a floor that she is not always entirely steady on. The premise is simple. Maggie is dropped at a daycare center. She encounters a caterpillar that is preparing to become a butterfly. She identifies a threat to the caterpillar in the form of a bullying child named Gerald who wants to destroy it. She decides to protect the caterpillar. And what follows is Maggie's systematic navigation of every obstacle between the caterpillar and safety, including the daycare staff, the facility's security systems, and the physical limitations of her own small body. She does this without a single word. She does it through observation. She maps the environment. She identifies the positions and routines of the people who might obstruct her. She develops a plan that accounts for multiple contingencies. She executes the plan with timing that suggests an accurate understanding of how long each step will take and how each person will respond to each action. She improvises when something goes wrong. She adapts when her initial approach does not work. And she succeeds. All of this is visible on her face. There is no narration, no dialogue, no explanation. The short film trusts the audience to read Maggie's internal process through her expressions and her movements. And it is extraordinarily clear. You can watch her think. You can see the consideration, the calculation, the decision-making. It is unmistakably the internal landscape of someone who is doing complex cognitive work, who is actively engaged with a problem in a sophisticated way. Her body can barely keep up. She falls. She stumbles. She has to crawl when she wants to run, has to grip things carefully because her grip strength is that of a 1-year-old. The physical limitations are real, but her mind moves at a completely different speed from her body, and it moves correctly. Every decision she makes is the right one. Every adaptation she makes is the optimal one. Her physical development cannot support her cognitive capacity, and the short film makes this gap completely visible. The show has tested Maggie directly in various episodes, and the results have consistently suggested that she is operating at an extraordinary cognitive level. These moments are typically treated as quick jokes and moved past, because the show does not want to spend too much time in this territory. But the pattern is consistent. Maggie tests unusually high. Maggie performs unusually well. Maggie's intelligence registers, when it is registered at all, as off the charts. And then the episode moves on, and Maggie goes back to sitting in her high chair, and nobody thinks about it again. Look at what Maggie has watched happen to Lisa. Lisa Simpson is brilliant. This is not a subtle claim. Lisa is a genius, possessing an IQ that towers over everyone in her household and most of the adults in Springfield. She has demonstrated extraordinary ability in music, science, mathematics, literature, environmental advocacy, and critical analysis. She is the most intellectually capable person on her street, probably in her school, possibly in her town. She is 8 years old and she is already the smartest person in most of the rooms she enters. And none of it has helped her. Lisa speaks up and gets ignored. Lisa raises concerns and watches them be dismissed. Lisa brings rigorous intellectual work to problems and sees those problems persist unchanged because the people who could address them prefer not to. Lisa fights for recognition and receives condescension. She fights for her intelligence to matter and watches the world of Springfield continue to reward exactly the things that intelligence cannot provide. Compliance, likability, the willingness to not make things uncomfortable. Lisa's gift is not invisible. She carries it visibly, announces herself as the smartest person in the room, waves it like a flag. and the room, consistently, reliably, across 36 years of episodes, responds by making sure she understands how little that matters here. Maggie has been watching this happen since she was born. She has been watching her sister fight every day for recognition that Springfield refuses to give, struggle against a community that punishes insight and rewards conformity, bring her best and most rigorous self to every situation and receive, consistently, the same outcome. And Maggie learned something. Not what Lisa learned, which is to keep fighting regardless of the cost, because the alternative is to betray yourself. Maggie learned the opposite lesson. Maggie learned that visibility is vulnerability, that intelligence, when worn on the outside, becomes a target, that the most powerful position in Springfield, or possibly in any social environment where intelligence is not rewarded, is not the position of the person who is known to be brilliant, but the position of the person who is suspected of nothing. Silence is protection. Invisibility is armor. The less they see, the more she can do. And what has this strategy produced? Maggie has shot a man and not been prosecuted. She has led an organized resistance movement in a daycare and not been noticed. She has saved her family's lives multiple times and had it attributed to luck or coincidence rather than planning. Every remarkable thing she has done has been done below the radar, in the margins, in the space where nobody is paying close enough attention to realize that a 1-year-old is operating with the strategic sophistication of someone 3 times her age. The disguise is perfect. She pretends to be exactly what everyone expects a baby to be. Passive, dependent, reactive rather than proactive. Driven by simple needs and simple emotions rather than complex calculation. She performs helplessness. She maintains the performance with a consistency that would be impressive in a trained actor. And because she performs helplessness, the people around her behave accordingly. They do not watch her closely. They do not guard what they say around her. They do not keep things from her. They do not, crucially, interfere with what she is doing, because what she appears to be doing is nothing. She is watching everything. She is remembering everything, and she is waiting. The question of what Maggie is waiting for is the last truly open question in the Simpson family's internal dynamic. The show has given us versions of the future for most of the characters. We have seen what Lisa becomes. We have seen where Bart ends up in some timelines. We have seen Homer's dreams and his regrets. But Maggie's future remains genuinely unknown, genuinely unresolved, because the show has never been willing to commit to an answer for the youngest Simpson. Every time it approaches the question of what Maggie becomes, it retreats. Flash forwards skip over her. Future episode visions keep her vague. She is always there, always watching, but what she is building toward, what she intends to do with everything she has gathered in 36 years of deliberate silence, the show will not say. This might be the most honest thing the show has done, because the answer to what Maggie Simpson becomes when she finally decides to stop being invisible is, in a real sense, the answer to what all of this has been building toward. She is the version of humanity that grew up in the contamination zone and came out enhanced rather than diminished. She is the intelligence that survived everything Springfield could throw at a developing mind and emerged somehow on the other side, and not just intact, but extraordinary. She is Homer's last great hope, rendered in the form of a baby who will never grow up and never stop watching, and never, until the moment is exactly right, say a word. And when she finally speaks, Springfield will not see it coming. Nobody will. That is exactly how she designed it. Section 8. The Mother Who Vanished. Mona Simpson, Mr. Burns, and 3 generations of ruin. For the first 6 seasons of The Simpsons, Homer's mother was dead. Not missing, not estranged. Dead. Abe Simpson told Homer this when Homer was young. He showed his son a grave, a specific grave with a specific headstone, marking the resting place of a woman who had, in Abe's telling, simply not survived whatever it is that mothers do not survive. Homer grew up believing this. He mourned in the way children mourn things they cannot fully understand, imperfectly and incompletely, and with the particular weight of not having all of the information he would need to grieve correctly. He became the person he became in significant part because of an absence at the center of his childhood that he understood as permanent and irrevocable. And in season 7, the show revealed that the grave was a lie. The episode is called Mother Simpson, and it aired on November 19th, 1995. It is by near universal agreement among people who have studied the show in any depth one of the most emotionally powerful episodes the series ever produced. Not because it is funny, though it has its moments, but because underneath the comedy, it is a story about a grown man discovering that the defining wound of his childhood was based on a deception. That the grief he carried was real, but the cause was wrong. That his mother did not die. She was taken. Here's what happened. Homer, in the episode's frame story, fakes his own death to avoid a work obligation. He pushes a dummy off a cliff. The town believes he is dead. And when Marge insists he go to the Hall of Records to correct the official record, Homer discovers something that stops him completely. According to the municipal documents, his mother is alive. The grave Abe showed him does not belong to her. The headstone marks the burial site of Walt Whitman, the poet, which Abe had apparently been using as a stand-in for his wife's memorial for Homer's entire life, banking on the reasonable assumption that Homer would never read the inscription closely enough to notice. Homer finds Mona at a cemetery, visiting what she believes is her son's grave, not knowing that the son she is mourning has survived and found his way to her. She does not recognize him at first. He is different from the boy she left. He has become someone in her absence, someone she does not know, someone shaped entirely by the space she left behind. When Homer proves who he is, they have the reunion that the episode has been building toward, and it is one of the most genuinely moving things the show ever committed to film. A man and his mother, separated for 27 years, finding each other beside a headstone that belongs to neither of them. And then Mona tells Homer the truth. She did not leave because she stopped loving him. She left because she had to. Because staying would have put Homer and Abe in danger. Because a man had destroyed her life and forced her underground. And the man who did it was the man Homer would grow up to work for. The man whose name Homer had been mispronouncing for years. The man whose picture hung in the hallway at work. The man who had shaped Homer's adult life in ways Homer had never even begun to suspect. Mr. Burns. The story begins in 1969. Mona Simpson at that point was a housewife. She was married to Abe. She had a young son named Homer. She was living a quiet life in Springfield while the world outside was loud with the civil rights movement and Vietnam and the counterculture and the 1,000 other voices that 1969 raised against everything that had been assumed to be permanent. And then something shifted in Mona. The show depicts her radicalization with its characteristic blend of absurdity and genuine weight. She was moved by the times. She joined a group of activists, and the group identified a target. Mr. Burns did not just own a nuclear power plant. Mr. Burns owned a biological weapons laboratory in Springfield, in the same town where children were growing up and families were living their daily lives. Burns was manufacturing weapons-grade biological agents, pathogens capable of causing mass casualties, in a facility down the road from where Homer was learning to ride a bike. Mona and her group broke in. They detonated what the show describes as an antibiotic bomb, destroying the biological agent stored in the facility and rendering Burns's weapons program non-operational. During the raid, one of the collateral effects was the accidental curing of the facility's security guard's asthma, the guard being a young Clancy Wiggum, who would later become Springfield's chief of police. The raid was successful. The weapons were destroyed. But Mona made one mistake. As the group fled, she stopped to help someone who had been knocked down in the chaos. The someone was Mr. Burns. She stopped to help the man whose weapon she had just destroyed. She stopped, out of basic human decency, and in stopping, she gave Burns the moment he needed to look at her face and remember it. He reported her to the FBI. From that moment, Mona Simpson was a fugitive. She could not go home. She could not contact her family. She could not hold her son or explain to him what had happened or why she was leaving. She kissed Homer while he slept and disappeared into the night. And the next morning, Homer woke up and his mother was gone. And nobody ever told him the real reason why. Abe told him she was dead. Homer spent the next 3 decades believing he was the kind of son whose mother would rather die than stay. Now consider the architecture of this. Burns did not just ruin Mona's life. He engineered Homer's. By forcing Mona out when Homer was 6 years old, Burns ensured that Homer would develop in the specific emotional environment of maternal abandonment. A child who loses his mother early, and who is told the loss was permanent and non-negotiable, develops in specific ways. He becomes someone who craves stability, someone who is terrified of abandonment, someone who will tolerate an extraordinary amount of mistreatment in exchange for the security of not being left again, someone who clings to what he has because losing it would mean losing everything. And losing everything is the thing he most fears because he experienced it once, before he was old enough to understand what had happened, and the experience left a mark on him that has never healed. Homer is desperate for approval. He is clinging to every relationship he has. He is working at a dangerous job for a man who does not know his name, working there through decades of negligence and mistreatment and near-death experiences, because the alternative, being without employment, being without purpose, being without the structure that holds his life together, feels exactly like what he felt when he was 6 years old and his mother was gone. Homer works at the plant because Burns broke him as a child, and the broken version of Homer is exactly the kind of worker Burns needs. The show confirms the structural manipulation in a later storyline. It is revealed that Burns, at some point in the past, committed a crime that Abe witnessed. In exchange for Abe's silence, Burns guaranteed that Homer would have employment at the plant regardless of performance. No matter how many mistakes Homer made, and the show has documented 742 of them, no matter how many times he should have been fired, no matter how catastrophically incompetent he was as a safety inspector, he could not be permanently dismissed. The deal protected him. Homer's job security was not a cartoon convenience. It was a contractual obligation between his father and his mother's persecutor. Brokered in silence, maintained in secret. Never explained to Homer because explaining it would mean explaining everything else. And explaining everything else would mean Homer having to understand the full shape of what had been done to his family. And Homer understanding that was the one outcome Burns absolutely could not afford. Because Homer understanding it would mean Homer acting on it. And Homer acting on it, Homer finally connecting the name on his paycheck to the name that destroyed his childhood, Homer confronting the man who took his mother, was the one thing that could not be allowed to happen. So Burns made sure it never would. The radiation kept Homer's cognitive function diminished. The crayon kept his analytical capacity suppressed. The emotional damage from Mona's disappearance kept him too compliant and too desperate for stability to risk the confrontation that clarity might have produced. And the job security guaranteed by Abe's silence kept Homer in his seat in Sector 7G, pressing his buttons and sleeping through his alarms for decades and decades and decades. Burns did not take Homer's mother. Burns took Homer's potential. The show proved this with the crown episode. When the crown is removed and Homer's intelligence returns, the person who emerges is someone who would never have stayed at that job, never have tolerated that treatment, never have allowed his family to live under the shadow of Burns's power plant without asking why. The intelligent Homer sees Springfield clearly, and it horrifies him. And his horror is the exact response you would expect from someone who finally sees what has been done to him. He chooses the crayon. He goes back. But the choice was never really free. The choice was made in a context constructed specifically to make that choice inevitable. Homer was never meant to be smart in Springfield. He was designed, through the specific engineering of his circumstances beginning when he was 6 years old, to be the person he became. The choice to put the crown back was Homer's, yes. But Burns had spent 30 years making sure that the intelligent version of Homer would have nothing but misery to return to. The comfort was engineered. The fog was deliberate. And Homer sits in the fog, in his chair, in front of his television, in his house on Evergreen Terrace, running on electricity generated by the plant that poisons him, fed by a job guaranteed by a deal his father made with the man who took his mother, protected by a silence that stretches back more than 3 decades, and he laughs at the television and eats his dinner and loves his family with everything he has left, which is more than most people would expect from a man who has lost what Homer has lost without ever knowing he lost it. Mona died in a later season. Her death scene is quiet. Homer is with her. He holds her hand. There is no joke, no gag, no comic beat to cushion the moment. Just a man and his mother, and 27 years of stolen time pressing down on both of them, and the understanding that the debt can never be repaid because the person to whom it was owed is leaving now, finally, permanently this time, for real. The show earns this scene. It earns it because it spent seasons building toward it, establishing the architecture of the loss, revealing the mechanism of the damage, making clear exactly what Burns took and exactly how much it cost. And the cost was not just Mona's freedom or Homer's childhood. The cost was the person Homer was supposed to become, the capable, clear-eyed, loving version of himself that the crayon episode briefly revealed before he chose the fog again. That version of Homer was Mona's son. The version of Homer who works in Sector 7G is Burns' employee. Burns always wins in Springfield. Because in Springfield, the man with the money writes the rules. And the rules say Homer Simpson will stay at his post. Because his grandfather made a deal. Because his mother made a choice. Because the richest man in town needed a broken man in Sector 7G. And Homer was broken before he ever clocked in. Section 9. The predictions. How a cartoon has been forecasting the future for 36 years. There is a clip that circulates on the internet every time something significant happens. It is always accompanied by some version of the caption. The Simpsons predicted this. The clip might be from an episode that aired in 1995. The clip might be from 2000. The clip might be from 2007. The point is always the same. Something in the real world has come to pass, and somewhere in the archive of nearly 800 episodes of a cartoon that has been running since the Reagan administration, there is a scene that appears uncannily to have anticipated it. Donald Trump descending an escalator to announce a presidential bid. A smartwatch worn by a character years before the Apple Watch existed. A pandemic spreading from Asia with accompanying panic buying and frantic searches for a cure. A Disney acquisition of a major entertainment company. a mathematical equation scrawled on a chalkboard that approximates the mass of a subatomic particle that would not be experimentally confirmed for over a decade. A tiger attacking one of its trainers in a Las Vegas act. The list is long enough to fill a separate video entirely, and the question it raises is one that has followed the show for decades. How does this keep happening? Let us start with the most famous one. In the year 2000, an episode called Bart to the Future aired. The episode depicted a flash forward to a future in which Lisa Simpson, grown up and accomplished, has become the first female president of the United States. The episode was notable for many things, but the detail that is lodged in the cultural memory is this one. When Lisa discusses the state of the country she has inherited, she refers to the fiscal damage done by her predecessor. That predecessor is identified as Donald Trump. The episode aired 16 years before Trump won the 2016 election. The internet's response to this, when it was rediscovered and circulated after the election result, was a specific kind of astonished unease, the feeling of something being not quite right, of probability having been violated, of a gag from a millennium-era cartoon having turned out to be a more accurate description of American political history than most of the political analysis of the preceding decades. How did they know? The official answer, offered by the people who actually make the show, is measured and specific. Al Jean, the executive producer, has addressed the prediction phenomenon directly. His answer is this: they throw enough darts, and some of them will hit the bullseye. The Simpsons has produced nearly 800 episodes. Each episode contains dozens of jokes, references, satirical observations about American culture, politics, technology, and social behavior. When you generate that much content over that long a period of time, some percentage of it will, by pure statistical probability, align with future events. The alignment is not prophecy. It is the natural outcome of high-volume production filtered through time. Producer Bill Oakley, who was at the helm of the show during several of its best seasons, put it more plainly. Most of it is coincidence. The episodes are old. History repeats. Things that were imagined as extreme satire become, over the course of decades, simply the way things are. Fact-checking organizations have looked carefully at many of the most prominent claimed predictions and found that they are, in most cases, more accurately described as extrapolations from visible trends. The show did not predict a Trump presidency. It observed that Trump had been publicly expressing interest in the presidency since at least the late 1980s, and wrote a joke about where celebrity politics might logically lead. The show did not predict the Disney acquisition of 20th Century Fox. It observed that media consolidation was an accelerating trend and satirized its logical endpoint. The show did not predict smartwatches. It depicted a wrist-mounted computer because the trend toward miniaturized personal technology was already visible and the writers were following it to its obvious conclusion. The Simpsons writing staff has historically been among the most credentialed in television. Multiple writers hold degrees from Harvard, Yale, MIT, and other institutions with rigorous academic programs. Many have backgrounds in mathematics, physics, computer science, economics, and political theory. These are not people pulling guesses out of thin air. They are highly educated, broadly knowledgeable observers of American culture who spend their other professional lives studying trends, analyzing systems, and thinking through the implications of current trajectories. They are not predicting the future. They are reading the present more carefully than most people do and then following the line forward. And yet, there are cases where the debunking explanation, while it fits most of the evidence, begins to strain against some of the more specific coincidences. The Trump prediction did not just anticipate that a celebrity might run for president. It depicted Trump by name. And the eventual announcement that Trump made in 2015 which was the announcement that began his presidential campaign in earnest, was made on a golden escalator descending from a gilded lobby, which is visually resonant with how the episode imagined the moment. The episode did not just get the name right, it got a specific image right, 16 years early. The Siegfried and Roy episode did not just joke about dangerous exotic animals in Las Vegas. It depicted a specific white tiger attacking a specific performer during a specific kind of show, which is almost exactly what happened in 2003 when Roy Horn was critically injured by one of the act's white tigers during a performance. The flu pandemic episode from 1993 did not just imagine a disease spreading from Asia. It depicted the specific social responses, panic buying, frantic searches for a cure, the particular quality of communal anxiety that characterized the early days of the 2020 pandemic, with an accuracy that goes beyond trend extrapolation into something that feels uncomfortably like specific prediction. The Cypress Hill episode is perhaps the strangest one because it involves no trend extrapolation whatsoever. The 1996 episode featured a joke in which Cypress Hill accidentally books the London Symphony Orchestra while intoxicated. That combination, specifically Cypress Hill and the London Symphony Orchestra performing together, happened in 2024, 28 years after the joke aired. There was no trend pointing toward that specific collaboration. There was no logical extrapolation that would have produced it. It happened seemingly because it happened, and somewhere in the archive there was a joke that named it before it did. The meta theory. This is the reading that I find most interesting, and it does not require any supernatural explanation. The Simpsons does not predict the future. The Simpsons shapes the future, not through magic, not through prophecy, through cultural influence. The show is one of the most watched, most quoted, most referenced, most deeply embedded pieces of American popular culture in history. Its jokes have become part of the American lexicon. Its observations have become part of how Americans understand their own cultural moment. When the show makes a joke about something, that joke enters the cultural bloodstream. Millions of people see it. It becomes a reference point. It becomes part of the shared inventory of images and ideas that shape how people think about their world. When The Simpsons depicted a Trump presidency in 2000, that image became part of how people imagined American political possibility. When real political events began pointing in that direction, 15 years later, there was already a cultural framework for it, already a way of describing it, already a joke that had primed the cultural imagination to receive the outcome with a feeling not of shock, but of recognition. We have seen this before. The Simpsons already did this. The show did not predict the Disney-Fox merger. The show made media consolidation feel like an obvious, inevitable joke, the kind of thing that was already so self-evidently true that it barely needed pointing out. When the merger actually happened, the cultural response was less surprise and more confirmation of something that had been in the air for years, and the Simpsons joke was the earliest, most visible form that anticipation had taken. The show's satire does not forecast the future. It normalizes the future. It takes trends that are in motion and presents them as accomplished facts. And when those facts eventually materialize, the audience experiences a recognition that feels like prophecy, but is actually the result of having been culturally prepared for the outcome. Springfield is not reflecting America. America has been becoming Springfield, the nuclear power plant run by an uncaring billionaire, the corrupt politician, the incompetent government agency, the population too distracted and too comfortable to effectively resist the forces that are exploiting them, the endless cycle of catastrophe and reset, the collective amnesia that allows the same mistakes to happen over and over because remembering would require action, and action would require courage, and courage is expensive. Springfield is not a prediction of where America was headed. Springfield is a diagnosis of where America already was when the show started in 1989. The show just wrote it down first. And there is one more piece of the prediction phenomenon that tends to get less attention than the celebrated hits. The predictions that failed. The Simpsons has also made hundreds of predictions that did not come true. Jokes about jetpacks, jokes about moon colonies, jokes about technology that was imagined and never materialized, jokes about political outcomes that went the other direction, jokes about cultural shifts that never occurred. Nobody screenshots those. Nobody writes internet posts about the time The Simpsons got it wrong. Nobody builds theories around the predictions that missed, because confirmation bias works in only one direction. The hits are remembered and shared and celebrated. The misses are forgotten. And when you produce nearly 800 episodes containing tens of thousands of satirical observations about the trajectory of American culture, and then you filter those observations through the most powerful confirmation bias engine ever created, which is the internet, you end up with a highlight reel that looks, in its edited form, exactly like prophecy. The truth is simpler and, in its way, more impressive. The Simpsons wrote enough possible futures that some of them were bound to come true, and the ones that came true are the only ones anyone remembers. But try telling that to the next person who sends you a clip from 1997 that seems to describe exactly what is in today's headlines. Because the truth is, even knowing how the trick works, it is still remarkable to watch. 800 episodes, 36 years, thousands of observations, and enough bullseyes to make even the show's own creators pause sometimes and wonder if they know something they should not. Section 10. The Man Who Dies Every Week. Hans Molman and Springfield's darkest running gag. His name is Hans Molman. He is Springfield's most consistently unfortunate resident. A small, nearly blind elderly man who shuffles through the background of the town's scenes with a particular air of someone who has made a careful peace with the fact that things are generally going to go badly for him. He is not a main character. He is not even a reliable supporting character. He exists in the margins of Springfield's story, in the corners of crowd scenes, on the edges of establishing shots, in the backgrounds of moments that are about other people. And his presence there is noted primarily through what happens to him. He gets hit by cars, he gets crushed under objects, he gets buried alive, he gets eaten by animals, he gets struck by lightning. He has been incinerated. He has walked into traffic and disappeared beneath wheels. He has fallen into things and been submerged in things, and been launched from things and been compressed into things, in ways that could not, under any normal biological rules, leave someone alive afterward. And he keeps coming back. Not through any acknowledged resurrection. Not through a storyline that addresses the obvious question of how someone can die and then reappear in the next episode completely fine. He simply shows up again, ready to be placed in the background of whatever scene requires a small, elderly man in a distinctive hat, and the fact that he died 3 episodes ago is treated as irrelevant. Hans Molman has died more times than any other character in the history of American animation. And he has never once been allowed to stay dead. Most viewers accept this as a running gag, one of those background jokes that the show maintains for the pleasure of the attentive viewer who notices them. The kind of thing that rewards attention without demanding it. Molman dies. Molman comes back. It is dark comedy at its most efficient. The laugh comes from the gap between the violence of the death and the complete absence of narrative consequence. But under the frameworks of the theories we have been discussing tonight, Molman's situation becomes considerably stranger. If the radiation theory is correct, if Springfield's contaminated environment has been producing mutations in its population for decades, then Molman may represent the most extreme example of that mutation in the entire town. Not a mutation that reduces cognitive function like Homer's, or one that elevates intelligence like Maggie's, or one that maintains life through carefully managed chemistry like Burns's, but a mutation that has fundamentally altered his relationship with biological mortality. His body dies, and then his body reconstitutes itself, not in the way Homer's body heals from injuries that should be fatal. Homer endures damage and recovers. There is a difference between surviving things that should kill you and actually dying and coming back. Molman appears in some episodes to cross that second threshold. The violence that befalls him is not the kind that leaves someone injured. It is the kind that leaves someone dead. And yet he comes back, not injured, not recovering, but simply present again, as if the previous death had been administrative rather than permanent. Springfield's water, its air, its soil, the entire environment, downstream and downwind from the nuclear facility, has been saturated with radiation for decades. The biological effects of that saturation would, over enough time and across enough generations, produce mutations in the population. Most of those mutations would be relatively minor, the kind of thing that shows up as a slightly unusual physical characteristic: an extra eye on a fish, yellow skin on a person, 4 fingers instead of 5. But radiation mutations are not uniform. They affect different individuals differently. In some rare cases, at sufficient dosage and with sufficient time, and the right combination of genetic factors, the mutations might produce something much more radical. A man who cannot permanently die. Molman's age is interesting in this context. He stated in one episode that he is 31 years old. 31. He appears to be in his 80s or 90s. He moves like a man who has been old for a very long time. If he is 31, then something has aged him at a rate far exceeding normal biological aging. Something has compressed decades into what should have been a short span of years. Something has made his body old without making his life long. Unless his life has been very long, and 31 is not his actual age, but the age at which something happened to him, the age at which whatever the radiation did to his cellular structure first became irreversible, the age at which his body stopped progressing toward a normal aging and began progressing towards something else entirely. The coma theory offers a different reading of Molman. If everything since 1993 is Homer's dream, then Molman is a minor background character in that dream, a figure of insufficient narrative importance to be maintained with full consistency by Homer's dreaming brain. He dies because Homer's unconscious mind occasionally lets minor characters lapse. He comes back because the dream needs him to populate the next scene. Molman is not experiencing recurring death and resurrection. He is a recurring element in a dream that does not maintain strict continuity between its cycles. He is, in this reading, a piece of furniture, a prop that gets broken and replaced without ceremony because the dream does not care about props. The collective denial theory from the Skinner episode offers yet another reading. Molman dies in public, repeatedly, visibly, in front of witnesses who have every opportunity to notice and comment. And no one does. No one calls for an ambulance that actually arrives. No one files a report. No one asks the simple question that should, in any functioning community, be the first question asked when a man dies in the street. Springfield has normalized Molman's death cycle the way it has normalized everything else that should be alarming. 3-eyed fish in the river, children born with yellow skin, a man who glows green after his weekly treatment, a principal who is not who he says he is, a baby who shot a man, and a tiny, nearly blind man who dies every few weeks and keeps showing up. Springfield does not notice. Springfield has agreed not to notice. The agreement is the thing that makes Springfield function. the silent compact between residents to maintain the shared fiction of normalcy in the face of mounting evidence that nothing about their town is normal. Molman's deaths are not ignored out of callousness. They are ignored because noticing them would require a conversation that leads somewhere uncomfortable. And comfortable lies are what Springfield runs on. There is a particular sadness in Molman's recurring fate that I find worth sitting with for a moment at this hour, when the quieter resonances of things tend to come through more clearly. He is a man who suffers consistently, repeatedly, without apparent purpose. He does not seem to learn from the suffering. He does not avoid the circumstances that produce it. He does not, as far as the show depicts, experience the suffering as meaningful in any traditional narrative sense. It just happens to him over and over, and he comes back, and it happens again. And yet he is always present, always in the background of Springfield, always there at the edge of the frame in the crowd on the street corner. He does not leave. He does not stop showing up. He comes back every time ready to be placed in another scene, ready to be subject to whatever Springfield will do to him next. There is something almost admirable in that, if you squint at it from the right angle. Or something deeply, quietly tragic. It is hard to tell with Springfield. It is always hard to tell. Section 11. The nicest man in Springfield. Ned Flanders and the darkness behind the kindness. He has been Homer's neighbor since the very first episode. He lives next door, in the house on the other side of the fence. And he is, by every external measure, the kind of person who is supposed to make you feel better about the world. He is unfailingly kind. He is generous with his time and his resources. He is patient with Homer's chaos in a way that suggests either sainthood or some profound failure to accurately evaluate his own circumstances. He attends church every week without fail, and when he is there, he participates fully, with a conviction that is not performative but genuinely his. Not because it is expected of him, but because it is the foundation of how he understands everything else about his life. He is fit and financially stable and a good father and a good neighbor and a good person by any reasonable standard that you might apply to the people you share your world with. And the show, over the course of 36 seasons, has destroyed him comprehensively. Let us begin with the loss that defines him most sharply. Maud Flanders, Ned's wife, was killed in an accident at the Springfield Speedway. The circumstances of her death are, in their way, a perfect summary of Ned's situation in Springfield. She died because Homer Simpson, at the event, was dodging the t-shirts being launched from a cannon toward the crowd. Homer moved. The shirts he avoided traveled onward. They struck Maud. The impact knocked her from the bleachers. She did not survive the fall. Homer's selfishness killed Ned's wife. Not intentionally. Homer was not thinking about Maud. Homer was not thinking about anything except avoiding the incoming t-shirts. That is the thing about Homer's entropy. It is not malicious. It is simply indifferent. And indifference, when it is sufficiently complete, produces the same results as malice without even the dignity of intent behind them. And Ned forgave him. Of course, Ned forgave him. That is what Ned does. That is the whole of Ned's relationship to the world's continued mistreatment of him. He absorbs it. He processes it through the framework of his faith. He emerges, if not undamaged, at least functional, at least still able to greet Homer over the fence with that particular energy, that combination of warmth and exasperation that has characterized their dynamic since the beginning. But there was a moment when the framework cracked. A hurricane hit Springfield. It destroyed many things, as hurricanes do. Among the things it destroyed was Ned's house, his carefully maintained, lovingly tended home, the house he had worked to build and repair and make exactly what he wanted it to be. The community, in a characteristic Springfield response, rallied around Ned. They rebuilt his house. They worked together on it, many hands and much activity, and when the job was done, they presented it to Ned with the particular pride of people who have done something generous. The house collapsed immediately. It was built badly, it was built in haste, with poor materials and insufficient skill, by a community that had the impulse to help, but not the follow-through to do it well. The house fell, and Ned looked at the rubble, and something in him gave way. He snapped. He turned on the crowd that had gathered to celebrate their work, and he said everything he had been carrying for years. Everything about every person who had ever wronged him. Everything that the programming had suppressed. He screamed at them with a depth of feeling that suggested the rage that had been building behind the niceness was not a small thing. It was large and specific, and had been accruing interest for a very long time. He was institutionalized afterward. And in the psychiatric facility, the show revealed what was underneath. Ned's niceness is not natural. It was installed. As a young child, Ned was a violent, uncontrollable kid. The kind of child that clinical literature might describe as behaviorally dysregulated, prone to explosive outbursts, difficult to manage, impossible to redirect through normal parenting approaches. His parents, who were deeply committed to a non-disciplinary approach to child rearing, in the manner of their particular generational culture, took him to a psychiatrist. And the psychiatrist, over an extended period, used behavioral conditioning techniques to suppress the aggression, to replace it with the performance of kindness, to wire Ned's responses so thoroughly and so deeply that the reprogrammed version became the only version he or anyone around him could access. Ned's kindness is a cage. It was built around a feral child by a doctor who essentially programmed the rage out of him. And the programming held for decades, but it was always holding something back, always maintaining pressure against something that wanted to get out. And the hurricane was the event that finally, temporarily, let the pressure exceed the containment. Everything about Ned looks different once you know this. His patience with Homer is not saintly tolerance. It is a conditioned response. He literally cannot, under normal circumstances, express the anger that Homer routinely and exhaustively justifies. His brain has been modified to prevent that expression. The warmth that Homer reads as friendship or acceptance is not a freely chosen attitude toward a neighbor who does not deserve it. It is the output of a system that was built specifically to produce warmth as a default response, regardless of circumstances. His faith is interesting in this light. Ned's devotion to his religion is genuine. This is not in question. But the specific function that faith plays in Ned's life is worth examining. He is a man who has repeatedly and without apparent end experienced the universe treating him worse than he treats it. He does everything right. He follows every rule. He maintains every commitment. He is kind when kindness is undeserved, patient when patience is inexhaustible, generous when the generosity is not returned. And the returns on this investment are consistently poor. His wife is dead. His house fell down. His neighbor, who causes him more documented suffering than almost any other single force in his life, is never made to reckon with the consequences of that causing. And his faith provides him with the framework within which all of this can be accommodated without becoming unbearable. If God has a plan, then Maud's death is part of the plan. If there is purpose in suffering, then the suffering is not wasted. If the virtuous are rewarded eventually, then the absence of current reward is simply a deferral rather than a denial. The framework allows Ned to keep going. But here's the detail that haunts the character more than any other. God talks to Homer. This is established canon. Homer has spoken directly with God more than once across the series. Full conversations, face-to-face, God addressing Homer personally, expressing opinions about Homer's life and choices and future. God talks to Homer the way you might talk to someone you find frustrating but interesting. The way you might engage with someone whose flaws are spectacular enough to justify continued attention. God does not talk to Ned. Ned goes to church every week. Ned prays with a consistency and a sincerity that Homer does not approach. Ned has structured his entire life around his faith in a way that Homer has never come close to. Ned is, in every meaningful sense, the better Christian, the more devoted practitioner, the person who has given more, asked for less, and demonstrated through his actual behavior, rather than his stated beliefs that his faith is real and operative and central to who he is. And God talks to Homer, not Ned. God engages with the man who sleeps through church, who drinks to excess, who treats his neighbor's kindness as an inexhaustible resource, who has caused enormous collateral damage to the people around him through decades of unchecked self-indulgence, and who would, by any conventional moral accounting, be the less deserving recipient of divine attention. The show is making a statement here, and it is not a comfortable one. Goodness is not rewarded in Springfield. Kindness is not protected. Faith is not answered. The system, whether you frame it as Burns's empire or the radiation or the dream or the social contract that the community maintains through collective denial, does not care about moral behavior. The system cares about position. Burns is at the top because he put himself there and maintained himself there through means that had nothing to do with virtue. Homer is where he is because Burns engineered him to be there. The structure is not a meritocracy. It is not a system that evaluates behavior and distributes outcomes accordingly. Ned does everything right and gets nothing. Homer does almost everything wrong and gets to keep his family, his house, his job, his life more or less intact. They live next door to each other. They have lived next door to each other for 36 years. The gap between them has never narrowed. The system does not close that gap because the system was not designed to close it. The system is designed to keep each person exactly where they are. Burns at the top, Homer at the plant, Ned at the fence, Maude in the ground, and everyone exactly where they need to be for the machinery to keep running. Ned Flanders is not a comedic character. Ned Flanders is a tragedy that the show has been running quietly in the background for 36 years. Patient as its subject, accumulating all the time it needs to become the thing it has always been. The saddest man in Springfield, doing everything right. In a town that has no reward for that. Section 12. The loop that never breaks. The floating timeline and why Springfield can never end. We come now to the last mystery. Not the most dramatic, not the most unsettling in the way that the others have been unsettling, but in its way the deepest, because it is the mystery that contains all of the other mysteries, the thing that all of the theories converge toward, the shape that sits at the center of everything we have discussed tonight. Why does no one in Springfield age? We know the industry term, the floating timeline. We know the conventional explanation, that it is a storytelling device common to long-running animated series, allowing the show to remain perpetually contemporary without its characters being trapped in a specific historical moment. We know that The Simpsons is far from the only animated show to use this approach, but The Simpsons has been using it for 36 years. And 36 years is long enough that the floating timeline has produced consequences that go beyond the ordinary. It has produced contradictions so massive, so structurally embedded in the show's fabric, that they have become their own kind of mystery. And it has raised a question that the floating timeline device, taken on its own, cannot fully answer. Not why do the characters not age in the narrative convention sense, but why does the show refuse to let them? Bart Simpson was 10 years old in 1989. He is 10 years old now. If the show had aged him in real time, he would be in his mid-40s. He would have graduated from high school, probably struggled in early adulthood, almost certainly done something redemptive at some point. found his way to some version of a life that reflected what we always saw in him beneath the chaos. He would have become something, but the show will not let him become something. The show will not let him turn 11. Lisa would be in her early 40s. She would, in all probability, have done the things that her intelligence and her integrity always pointed toward. She would have changed something. She would have made an argument that needed making, produced work that needed producing, stood in opposition to something that needed opposing. She would have become the person she was always going to become if the world around her would give her enough time and enough room. But she is still 8. She will be 8 when the show ends, whenever that is. The show has imagined its characters aging. There is an episode, Lisa's Wedding, from the 6th season, that flashes forward to a future where Lisa is 23 and engaged and living a life that is recognizably hers, shaped by everything we know about her character, pointing toward everything we would want for her. The episode is beautiful. It is genuinely emotionally rich, not just as a comedy episode, but as a piece of television that takes its characters seriously enough to imagine where they might go. It is the proof that the show can do this, that it knows how, that the choice not to is deliberate. After the episode ends, Lisa is 8 again. The future closes. The permanent present resumes. Now, let us bring the theories to bear on this, because every single theory we have discussed tonight arrives at the same point through a different path. The coma theory says no one ages because they exist inside the frozen mind of a man who has been unconscious since 1993. His children do not age because he was not there to watch them grow. His wife does not change because the last image he has of her is the image he went under with. The dream preserves everyone at the moment Homer last saw them clearly, because that is all the material he has to work with. The radiation theory says no one ages because the contamination has altered the population's biology at a cellular level that affects, among other things, the normal progression of aging. The mutation that produces yellow skin and 4 fingers and extraordinary physical resilience may also produce disrupted cellular aging, a condition in which the mechanisms that normally produce visible aging do not function at their expected rate. Springfield's residents are not immortal. They are just changed in ways that alter how time registers in their bodies. The collective denial theory says no one ages because Springfield has chosen not to acknowledge time passing, in the same way it chose not to acknowledge the truth about Skinner, in the same way it chooses not to acknowledge the contamination, in the same way it chooses not to acknowledge anything that would require confronting the distance between the comfortable version of its reality and the actual version. Time passing would mean the children growing up. The children growing up would mean the family changing. The family changing would mean Springfield changing. Springfield changing would mean confronting everything that has been held in suspension, frozen, kept stable by the social contract that makes collective denial possible. So, Springfield does not acknowledge time. The vote against time passing is taken every week, silently, by every viewer who tunes in and finds things exactly as they were. The Burns immortality theory contributes the proof of concept. At least one person in Springfield has found a way to cheat the normal progression of biological time through technology and wealth. If death is negotiable for Burns, then perhaps aging is negotiable for the rest of the population. Not because they have Burns's resources, but because the same contamination that required Burns to develop his maintenance protocol has done something to the biological timekeeping mechanisms of everyone who drinks the water. And the prediction theory contributes something larger and stranger. The Simpsons exist in a feedback loop with American culture. It shapes what it depicts. It has been depicting a family frozen in time for 36 years. And America has been watching that family, has been absorbing that image, has been taking in that frozen domestic world every week for 3.5 decades. The image of a family that does not age, that does not change, that endures and persists and remains exactly itself through every catastrophe, has entered the cultural bloodstream and become part of how Americans imagine what family is supposed to be. The Simpsons are frozen in time because we need them to be. Because they represent something. They represent the American family as a permanent structure, as a thing that endures regardless of circumstances, as a source of stability in a world that does not otherwise offer it in reliable supply. Homer, stumbling through the door at 5:30, Marge cooking in the kitchen, Bart on his skateboard, Lisa at her saxophone, Maggie in her high chair, the couch gag. The opening sequence that has played over 800 times. The family assembling on the couch, settling in, looking at the television. This image has become a kind of comfort object for an entire culture. And comfort objects cannot be allowed to grow up. They cannot be allowed to change. They cannot be allowed to become something other than what they were at the moment they became comforting. The moment Bart turns 11, the comfort is gone. The moment Lisa goes to college, the comfort is gone. The moment the family changes in any irreversible way, the show is no longer the thing it has been providing to its audience for 36 years. So the loop continues. And every week, when the credits roll and the episode ends and the next one begins, with the same opening sequence and the same house on the same street and the same family on the same couch, the loop tightens a little more. The characters are frozen a little harder. The possibility of change recedes a little further. We trap them. Not the writers, not the network, not any specific decision made by any specific person. All of us. Every time we tune in and find things exactly as we left them, exactly as they have always been, exactly as we need them to be, we press the freeze frame button one more time. We extend the loop. We keep the timeline floating. We are Springfield. We are the vote. We are the people in the room who looked at the truth and chose the comfortable version. Not because we are bad people, because the comfortable version is, at this hour, with the lights low and the day over, and the weight of everything lifting just a little, genuinely what we want. We want Homer to come home. We want Marge to be there. We want the kids to be exactly as they were. We want the house on Evergreen Terrace to be exactly where it has always been, in the warm, impossible, yellow-lit nowhere of Springfield, which is everywhere we have ever lived, and nowhere that exists on any map. We want the loop. And so the loop continues. There is something to be said for that kind of continuity at this hour. Something to be said for the world that stays exactly as you left it when you come back to it. Something to be said for the family that endures, for the house that holds. For the life that keeps going even when the evidence suggests it probably should not. Homer is asleep now, somewhere in a hospital in Springfield, somewhere in a dream that has been running for 30 years, or 36 years, or possibly since the very beginning of everything, depending on which theory you find most true. And in his dream, the family is fine. In his dream, Marge is in the kitchen. In his dream, Bart is causing trouble of a manageable kind. In his dream, Lisa is playing something beautiful on her saxophone, and the sound of it moves through the house the way music moves through houses, filling all the spaces, making the rooms feel larger and smaller at the same time. In his dream, Maggie is in the crook of his arm, small and warm, her pacifier making its soft sound, her enormous eyes looking up at him with everything she knows, which is everything, and will always be everything, and will never be said out loud until the moment is exactly right. He is dreaming about his family. He will be dreaming about his family for as long as the loop runs. And you are dreaming now, or nearly, or somewhere very close to the place where the distinction between the two stops mattering very much. Springfield is out there, past the edge of wherever you are. The power plant is humming. The lights of Evergreen Terrace are warm against the dark. The river is moving quietly past the place where Blinky swims, three eyes open, patient and unhurried, indifferent to the questions his existence raises. The town is fine. The town is exactly as it has always been. And if there is a man in a hospital bed somewhere, dreaming all of this, dreaming a family into existence and keeping them safe and keeping them young and keeping the beer cold and the lights on and the loop going, then whatever keeps him dreaming is the same thing that keeps us watching. We do not want the story to end. We never have. We press pause in 1989, in 1993. In every moment we settle into the couch and let the theme song carry us back to Evergreen Terrace. And we are grateful, in whatever way the grateful are grateful at this particular hour, that the story is still there. Still running, still warm. Good night. Sleep well. Springfield will be here when you wake up. It always is. Thank you for spending this time in Springfield. If this helped you sleep, subscribe so you never miss a new episode. Drop a comment with wherever you are in the world right now. This whole thing was made for you, for exactly this hour, for exactly this kind of night. Sweet dreams. End of script. Total estimated word count, approximately 51,000 words. Bonus. Section 1. The Treehouse of Horror. When Springfield's nightmares tell the truth. There is a tradition in Springfield that arrives every October. The show steps sideways. It announces through its own framing devices that what follows does not count, that the events of these 3 short stories do not have consequences, that the deaths are not real deaths, and the horrors are not real horrors, and when the regular episodes resume, everything will be exactly as it was. The Treehouse of Horror. The annual anthology of the grotesque, the supernatural, and the genuinely frightening, dressed up in enough comedy to make it bearable, aired every Halloween for over 3 decades. Most people treat these episodes as exactly what the show says they are: non-canonical, separate, outside the normal rules. Fun, occasionally brilliant, frequently dark, but ultimately disconnected from the ongoing story of the Simpson family and their impossible town. But there is an argument that the Treehouse of Horror episodes are the most honest episodes the show has ever produced, not despite being non-canonical, because of it. The regular episodes of The Simpsons operate within a set of constraints. They have to be funny without being too dark. They have to deal with the realities of Springfield without making those realities so explicit that the comedy becomes impossible. They have to maintain the show's fundamental warmth, even while depicting things that, examined closely, are genuinely disturbing. The regular episodes work within the containment system of the floating timeline, the social contract of collective denial, the fog of the radiation and the coma, and every other mechanism that keeps Springfield's residents from seeing their situation clearly. The Treehouse of Horror episodes have none of those constraints. They are explicitly outside the rules. The show says so up front. What follows does not count. The characters can die. The laws of physics can be suspended. The underlying darkness of Springfield's situation can be brought to the surface and displayed directly, without the softening that regular episodes require. And what comes to the surface when the softening is removed is very interesting. Consider how many Treehouse of Horror segments deal with themes that the regular episodes approach only obliquely. Mutation, transformation, loss of self, the complete indifference of powerful forces to the welfare of ordinary people, collective inability to recognize a threat until it is too late, the ease with which entire communities can be consumed by something they chose not to see when seeing would have required them to act. These are not random horror premises. These are the specific anxieties of the show's ongoing narrative, allowed to take their natural form in the context that has explicitly declared itself exempt from the usual rules. The segment where Homer discovers that eating a specific donut will cause the world to end and eats it anyway is funny. It is also a precise description of Homer's relationship to every warning sign that has ever appeared in his actual life. He sees the consequence. He eats the donut. He has always eaten the donut. This is what the radiation theory predicts. This is what the coma theory shows us. A man who sees the consequences of his choices and chooses them anyway because the fog that surrounds him is the comfort he has built his entire life around, and dismantling it would cost him more than he can pay. The segment where the family is replaced by perfectly functional robots and nobody notices for several days is funny. It is also an exploration of the replacement at the heart of the Skinner storyline. The idea that the authentic version of a person can be substituted with a functional copy and the people around them will choose not to notice because the copy is close enough and the truth is too expensive. Nobody in the robot episode needs to be told what to believe. They simply accept what is in front of them because what is in front of them is convenient. The segment where Springfield is invaded by aliens who enslave the population, and the enslavement is maintained not through force but through a system of incentives that the population voluntarily accepts, is funny. It is also not categorically different from the actual structure of Burns's relationship to Springfield as the radiation theory describes it. The aliens do not need weapons. They need a population that has already organized itself around dependency and compliance and the specific kind of cognitive limitation that makes recognizing the nature of one's situation difficult. Springfield provides all of this. The invasion barely changes anything because the conditions that make invasion possible were already in place. The Treehouse of Horror episodes are not outside Springfield's story. They are the parts of Springfield's story that the regular format cannot contain. They are the overflow valve, the place where the things the show knows but cannot say directly in its main continuity are allowed to surface temporarily. Safely within the specific frame of it does not count. But it does count. It has always counted. The horror is real. The show just puts it in a box with a warning label every October, and we laugh, and we put the box away, and we go back to the regular Springfield where the fog is still present, and the fish still have 3 eyes, and nobody asks why. But the things in the box are still there. They are always still there. When the camera pulled back from Springfield in the opening of the very first Treehouse of Horror episode, when the show announced that what followed was something apart from its normal reality, it was telling you something. It was saying that what it was about to show you was the part of Springfield that the regular show could not show you. The part that lives underneath the comedy. The part that has always been there. The part that does not count, officially, because counting it would change everything. The treehouse exists because Springfield's true nature has to go somewhere. Every denial has its overflow. Every fog has a place where it burns off. And every October, for a few episodes, Springfield shows you what it really looks like when the lights are adjusted, and the distance between the comfortable surface and the uncomfortable depth is briefly made visible. Watch those episodes again sometime. Not for the jokes, though the jokes are often excellent. Watch them for what the segments choose to be about. Watch for the specific fears they explore. Watch for the particular ways in which the horror is rooted not in generic terror, but in the specific anxieties of a specific place where specific things have been happening for a very long time. The Treehouse of Horror is Springfield's confession. It just made itself non-canonical so nobody would have to act on what it confessed. Bonus Section 2. The River at Night. Water, memory, and the things that flow through Springfield. There is a river that runs through Springfield. It does not have a fully consistent name across the series. It runs near the nuclear plant. Blinky came from it. The water that flows from it feeds the town's water supply in some configurations of Springfield's impossible geography. And it is, if you think about it for a while, one of the most important characters the show has never properly introduced. Water is one of the oldest metaphors for time. A river moves in one direction, carrying what it carries, leaving behind only what the current cannot hold. You cannot step into the same river twice. The river you step into is already moving past you, already downstream by the time your foot lifts. The specific configuration of water molecules that touched you already gone, replaced by other molecules from further upstream that will themselves be replaced before your next step. The river is always the river. The water is always new. Springfield's river does not entirely behave this way. The contamination that entered it from the plant's runoff did not simply flow downstream and disperse. Radioactive materials do not move through water the way dirt moves through water. Certain isotopes bind to sediment. They settle. They accumulate in the soil of riverbeds and the flesh of fish and the cellular structure of anything that drinks from or lives near the water, long enough for the accumulation to reach a meaningful level. The river keeps moving. What the river carries stays. This is in some ways a metaphor for Springfield as a whole. Things enter Springfield and do not leave cleanly. Mona entered Springfield's orbit and was forced out, but what she left behind stayed. The damage to Homer's early development stayed. The deal that Abe made stayed. The radiation entered the water and the air and the bodies of the residents and stayed, passing from parent to child to grandchild, accumulating rather than dispersing with each generation, becoming more thoroughly woven into the biology of the place with every decade. Even the suppressed stories stay. The truth about Skinner pushed below the surface by legal decree. The real story of who shot Burns, buried under an official verdict that the evidence does not fully support. The connection between the plant and the physical characteristics of the population, present in every frame of animation featuring a Springfield-born character, never directly acknowledged. All of these are in the sediment. They have not dispersed. They sit in the riverbed of Springfield's collective memory, bound and still, waiting for a current strong enough to lift them. And the river flows past all of this, patient, moving at exactly its own pace, which is the pace of water, which is the pace of time, which is the pace of everything except Springfield's characters, who have been frozen in place while the river has kept moving for 36 years beside them. The river is the only thing in Springfield that ages normally. The river has been getting older in its way for the entirety of the show. The sediment thickening, the contamination accumulating, the three-eyed fish reproducing, presumably, or not reproducing, or doing whatever three-eyed fish do in contaminated water, continuing to exist in whatever form the contamination has made available to them. At night, the river looks different from how it looks in daylight. The reflections change. The sound changes. The sense of it as something moving through the dark rather than something illuminated against the day gives it a different quality, something older and more patient and less interested in being observed. It moves at exactly its own pace. It has always moved at exactly its own pace. The nuclear plant and the dome and the skeletons in the basement and the three-eyed fish and the floating timeline have not altered the river's pace at all. The river does not know about Springfield's loop. The river is not in the loop. The river is the only thing in Springfield that is actually genuinely in time. And it moves through the town in the dark and carries what it carries and deposits what it deposits and flows out the other side into places that do not appear in the show, into the wider world beyond Springfield's impossible geography, carrying with it the specific trace of this place, the invisible evidence that something unusual has been happening here for a very long time. The people downstream do not know what is coming, or perhaps they have already received it. Perhaps what Springfield has been sending downstream for 36 years has already arrived somewhere, has already settled into the sediment of some other place's riverbed, has already begun the slow process of becoming part of the biological substrate of some other community. The river does not answer these questions. The river just flows, as rivers do, as they have always done, as they will always do, long after Springfield and its loop and its fog and its impossibly young children are themselves finally past tense. The river will still be moving, patient as contamination, slow as memory, carrying whatever it carries toward wherever rivers go. Bonus Section 3. The couch. What the opening sequence has always been telling you. Every episode of The Simpsons begins the same way. The clouds part. The camera drifts down through a blue sky toward the town of Springfield. The music begins. That piece of television theme music so immediately recognizable that most of the people who have ever watched the show can identify it from the first 3 notes alone. The family members are shown in their separate daily activities, rushing home through their various routines, racing through the specific context of their individual lives to converge on the single domestic destination that organizes the family's identity: the couch. Every week, the Simpsons arrive at their couch. Every week, something slightly different happens when they get there. Sometimes they arrive to find the couch already occupied. Sometimes the couch has been replaced by something strange. Sometimes they arrive in unusual forms, smaller than normal, swapped between characters, animated in completely different visual styles. Sometimes the gag is brief and simple. Sometimes it is an extended sequence, elaborately constructed, functioning as a short film in its own right. But they always arrive at the couch. For 36 years and the nearly 800 episodes, the Simpson family has ended their opening sequence at the same destination. They arrive home, they sit down together, and then the episode begins. The couch gag is usually treated as a creative playground, a canvas for visual experimentation, a tradition maintained because it has become expected. A piece of the show's identity that the writers have used to do increasingly elaborate things over the decades. Some of the couch gags are among the most inventive pieces of animation the show has produced. They have been directed by guest artists from around the world, animated in wildly different styles, produced in ways that comment on the show's own cultural position, its history, its relationship to other media. But underneath the creativity, the structure is always the same. The family comes home, they are together. If the coma theory is true, if every episode since April 1993 is Homer's dream, then the couch gag is not a creative device. It is a compulsion. It is the thing Homer's dreaming brain insists on including at the beginning of every cycle, because the alternative, a cycle that does not begin with the family coming home together, is not a cycle Homer can sustain. The dream requires this. The dream cannot begin without this image. The family arrives at the couch. This is the whole of the dream, in miniature, expressed in the specific language of cartoon imagery. The family is there. Everyone is accounted for. The house is present. The home exists. Every variation on the couch gag is the dream-generating novelty within the constraints of the non-negotiable central image. Homer's brain, lying in a hospital bed, produces the family arriving at the couch in every conceivable version, because the image of arrival is what the dream needs to sustain itself. And novelty is how the dream prevents the image from becoming so familiar that it loses its power to comfort. The family falls into the couch from space. The family arrives as prehistoric creatures. The family is eaten by monsters, but the couch survives. Always the couch. Always the family converging on it. Always the home. Because that is what Homer is dreaming about. Not the adventures. Not the celebrity encounters. Not the impossible plots and the escalating absurdities of the later seasons. He is dreaming about coming home. Over and over, in every possible version of the journey, through every conceivable variation of the route, arriving at the place where the family is, where the lights are on, where everyone is together and present and safe. The couch is home, and Homer needs to come home every week because that is what he lost. That is what the vending machine took from him in April 1993. Not his life, perhaps, but his access to his life, his ability to be in the room where his family is, his capacity to sit down beside Marge and in front of the television and feel the weight of his son and the sound of his youngest and the particular quality of his middle child's voice when she has an opinion, which is always and the ordinary warm domestic noise of a family in a house on a street in a town that may or may not exist, but that is, in every meaningful sense, home. The couch gag plays every week. The family arrives, the episode begins, and somewhere in a hospital bed and in a town that floats between states, a man holds his family in the only way he still can. In the dream. On the couch. Bonus Section 4. The music Lisa plays at the end of the day. Lisa plays the saxophone. She has been playing it since she was 8 years old, which means she has been playing it for 36 years in Showtime, across the entirety of the series, through every season and every episode, and every reset and every catastrophe. She plays it in her bedroom, alone, often at moments of emotional pressure or creative necessity, and the sound of it moves through the house in the way that music moves through houses, filling the spaces between the walls, traveling through the floors and the ceiling, reaching the people in the other rooms, whether they want it to or not. When Lisa plays her saxophone, the family tends not to notice. This is one of the consistent facts about Lisa's position in the household. She is the most musically gifted person in the family, probably in the school, arguably in the town. And the music she makes is treated most of the time as background noise. Homer asks her to stop when he is trying to sleep, or watch television, or simply exist without the particular kind of engagement in it that Lisa's playing demands from anyone paying attention. Bart uses the playing as a provocation opportunity. Marge expresses support in ways that sometimes feel more obligatory than genuinely engaged with what is being expressed. But the music is there. It is always there. And there is a particular quality to the moments when Lisa plays late at night, after the household has settled, after Homer is asleep and Bart has retreated to his room and Marge has found whatever quiet her own late evening requires. The house has gone largely still. The ordinary noise of a family in motion has subsided, and Lisa is in her room, playing something that the episode does not always name, something that has the quality of working something out, of using the instrument to process what the day could not resolve. The music travels through the house. It does not wake anyone. It exists in the particular silence of being the only person still thinking, in a house full of people who have stopped for the night. There is something deeply specific about Lisa's situation in Springfield that this image captures. She is the person in the room who cannot stop hearing what the room has decided not to hear. She brings her most rigorous self to every encounter with the world around her and is consistently, reliably, across 36 seasons of evidence, refused the recognition that rigor deserves. She says the true thing, the complicated thing, the thing that requires acknowledging something the room would prefer not to acknowledge, and the room goes quiet in the specific way rooms go quiet when they have decided not to hear what they just heard, and then she goes to her room and plays. The saxophone is the instrument of her excess. The feelings and the thoughts and the understanding that Springfield has no container for, that her family has no container for, that the educational system and the community and the social structure of the town she lives in have no container for. All of it goes into the playing. The instrument can hold what the room cannot. The music can say what the words are not allowed to say, or what the people around her are not ready to hear. Springfield's fog is real. The radiation is real. The coma is real. The collective denial is real. But Lisa's saxophone is also real. The music is also real. There is something happening in that room late at night after everyone else has stopped that is not reducible to contamination or dreams, or the social contract of a town that has organized itself around not knowing what it knows. There is someone playing. There is someone still playing. In a house where the fog has settled, in a town where the fog has been running for decades, there's a child sitting in her room playing an instrument that requires everything she has, and she keeps playing it, and the music travels through the walls and nobody stops her. Not tonight. Not any night. The music does not solve anything about Springfield. The music does not dispel the fog. The music does not cure the radiation or wake the dreamer, or reopen the Burns case, or restore the real Seymour Skinner to his rightful life, or give Ned Flanders the conversation with God he has earned. But it is there. It is always there. And there is something in its presence, in the fact that Lisa keeps playing, despite the weight of everything the show has placed on her, that feels important to note before we let the night close over everything. She has not given up. She never gives up. 8 years old for 36 years, in a town that has done everything in its power to make giving up feel like the only reasonable option. And she has not given up. That is the thing about Lisa Simpson that the show has always known, and that the rest of the characters have never quite managed to see. She is still playing. She is always still playing. And the music travels through the walls of the house on Evergreen Terrace, through the air of Springfield, past the plant and the river and the gorge and the retirement home, and the quick E-Mart still lit from inside, and the bar where the same men have been sitting on the same stools for 36 years. Past all of it. Into the night. Still there. The final meditation. Springfield. At the edge of sleep. We have been in Springfield for a long time tonight. We came in through the theories, through the carefully assembled frameworks that thoughtful people have built over decades of paying close attention to a show that rewards close attention in ways it rarely announces. We looked at the radiation and what it has been doing to the water, and the air and the biology of everyone who lives downstream and downwind of those cracked cooling towers. We followed the coma into the space where Homer's sleeping mind has been generating everything since April 1993, and we found in that space something more tender than we expected. A man dreaming about his family because they are the only thing worth dreaming about. We reopened the Burns shooting case and found a mystery that was closed rather than solved, a verdict shaped by what was convenient rather than what was true, a baby named as the shooter in circumstances that raise more questions than they answer, and that the show itself, in its alternate endings and its unexamined confessions and its explicit references to juries ignoring DNA evidence, has never fully stopped questioning. We trace to the arc of Mr. Burns's impossible longevity, the century or more of existence maintained and, through protocols that have more in common with nuclear management than with medicine, sustained by the devotion of a man whose loyalty is a functional requirement for Burns's survival rather than a free choice. We watch Springfield vote to make truth illegal, to exile the real Skinner and install the comfortable lie as law. And we recognize in that vote not a narrative failing, but a revelation, the mechanism behind every reset, every forgotten catastrophe, every morning when the town wakes up and decides not to remember yesterday. We spent time with Maggie and her silence, with the intelligence she has been constructing and concealing for 36 years behind the perfect disguise of a baby who appears to need everything and can do nothing. We followed Mona Simpson into the underground and back, traced the path of one man's grudge through 3 generations of a family, watched Homer work for decades for the man who destroyed him without ever making the connection. We thought about predictions and the specific way a show can shape the future by describing it clearly enough that the description becomes part of the cultural vocabulary people use to interpret what is happening to them. We watched Hans Molman die and return and die again, In a cycle, the theories explain differently, but all recognizes more than coincidence. We spent time with Ned's cage and the feral child inside it, and the god who talks to Homer and ignores the man who actually listens. And we arrived at the loop, the floating timeline, the permanent present. The Simpsons frozen in amber for 36 years. Because we need them to be, because the comfort they provide is a specific and irreplaceable comfort. The comfort of the family that endures, that survives everything, that returns to the couch at the end of every adventure and finds everything exactly as it was. Every theory we explored tonight arrived at the same place from a different direction. Something is wrong in Springfield. Something fundamental and structural and running so deep that 36 years of evidence has accumulated without producing a correction, without prompting a community response, without generating the kind of sustained inquiry that a three-eyed fish in the local river should, by any reasonable standard, have generated decades ago. The theories differ on the mechanism, the radiation, the dream, the collective denial, the century-long engineering of an entire population's capacity for resistance. Each theory has evidence. Each theory has coherence. Each theory explains specific things about Springfield that the others do not fully address. But they all agree on the conclusion. Something is wrong, and the people inside it cannot see it. Because the same thing that is wrong is also the thing that prevents them from seeing it. The fog is not separate from the people in the fog. The fog is the people. It is Homer falling asleep at his console, and Marge maintaining the household with patient competence, and Bart testing the edges of his world with a mischief that comes from somewhere genuine, and Lisa playing her saxophone in a room where nobody is listening, and Maggie watching everything from behind the perfect disguise of a child who appears to understand nothing. It is all of them, together, in a house on Evergreen Terrace, in a town that floats between states, on a couch in front of a television that is always on. It is the loop, and the loop is us. We built it. We maintain it. We press play every week and find the Simpsons exactly as we left them, and feel in that specific moment of recognition the specific comfort that the loop provides. The house is there. The family is there. The opening music begins. The clouds part. The camera drifts down. Bart writes something on the chalkboard. Homer passes Marge in the car. Lisa rides her saxophone case out of the school auditorium. Maggie is in the shopping cart. The family converges on the house. The family arrives at the couch. And the episode begins. And whatever is wrong in Springfield recedes to the background, where it has always been, where it has always been waiting, patient as contamination, slow as memory, present as the hum of the nuclear plant that you stop hearing after you have lived near it long enough. You are somewhere between waking and sleep right now. You have been there for a while? The boundary between them has been growing softer since we began. Since the theory started settling into the comfortable distance that late-night attention produces. Since the mysteries of Springfield became less urgent and more ambient. Less like puzzles demanding solutions and more like the particular quality of a place you know well enough to navigate in the dark. Springfield is out there, past the edge of wherever you are right now. The power plant is humming. The lights of Evergreen Terrace are warm against the dark. The river is moving past the place where Blinky swims. 3 eyes open, patient and unhurried, indifferent to everything the show has said about him and everything we have said about him tonight. Simply a fish in a contaminated river doing what fish do. The cooling towers stand against the sky, cracked at their foundations, patched with something that holds because it has always held, and perhaps because Springfield has voted for it to hold. Because the collapse of the cooling towers would require acknowledging everything that went wrong before them. And Springfield is not yet ready for that vote. Homer is asleep. He is in his bed, or in his chair, or somewhere in the house on Evergreen Terrace that Marge keeps together, through a combination of genuine competence and the specific kind of love that does not require the loved person to understand how much they are loved, just that they are. Or he is in a hospital bed, and the house on Evergreen Terrace is the dream that the hospital bed is running. And either way, the house is warm, and the lights are on, and the family is together, and the loop is running its nightly cycle, and the dream is holding, and Springfield is fine. Springfield is exactly fine. Springfield is always exactly fine. Let yourself go now. Let the theories drift back into the distance where they belong at this hour. Let Blinky swim. Let the cooling towers hold. Let Homer dream. Let the loop run. Let the music from Lisa's room travel through the walls one more time, past where Homer is sleeping, and where Bart is doing whatever Bart does at this hour, and past where Marge has finally found her own quiet, into the night air of a town that is everywhere and nowhere, that is every town and no town. That is the place you grew up, and the place you have never been, and the place you will always recognize when you see it. Springfield, still running, still warm, still full of unanswered questions and unsolved mysteries and accumulated evidence and the specific fog that keeps its residents from seeing what the questions and the mysteries and the evidence are pointing towards. Still full of a family that loves each other in the imperfect and genuine and tireless way that families love each other when love is not a feeling they are choosing, but a condition they are in. The couch is waiting. The opening sequence is cued. The family is on their way home. Good night. Sleep well. The plant is humming. The river is moving. The family is on the couch. Everything is fine. Springfield will be here when you wake up. It always is. That is the whole point. That has always been the whole point. Thank you for spending this time in Springfield. If this helped you sleep or rest tonight, subscribe so you never miss a new video. Drop a comment with your time and wherever you are in the world right now. This script was made for exactly this hour, exactly this kind of night, for exactly the person who needed to hear someone talk slowly and carefully about the things hiding in the corners of a show they have loved for a very long time. Sweet dreams. Springfield will be here when you come back. It always is. End of script. Full version extended meditation. Every street in Springfield. A room-by-room account of an impossible town. There is a specific pleasure in mapping a place you know well. Not in the cartographer's sense, not the exercise of producing an accurate representation of actual geography, but in the more personal and less scientific sense of walking through a place with deliberate attention, of noting what is where and what each location means, of building the internal map that turns a collection of places into something that feels like a world. Every town that matters in fiction has this quality. You can feel when you are inside a fully realized place versus when you are inside a sketch of one, when the writer or the filmmaker has committed to the specific details that make a place real, versus when they have assembled enough general markers to suggest a location without fully inhabiting it. Springfield is fully inhabited. It is more fully inhabited, arguably, than any other fictional American town that has ever existed. 36 seasons of episodes have filled it with a specificity of detail that would, if you tried to map it, produce something deeply contradictory and geographically impossible, but emotionally and architecturally coherent. You know where things are in Springfield. You know that the nuclear plant is on the edge of town, that the elementary school is where it is in relation to the Simpsons house, that Moe's Tavern is on a certain block, and the quick E-Mart is accessible from certain directions. You know the inside of the house on Evergreen Terrace well enough to move through it in the dark. Let us do that. Let us move through Springfield as if it were a real place, street by street, room by room, noting what each location means and what it reveals about the town's mysteries. Evergreen Terrace. The street itself is unremarkable in the manner of American suburban streets. Moderate lots, moderate houses, The kind of neighborhood that was built in a specific era with a specific understanding of what middle-class American life should look like, and that has maintained that specific quality through the decades. Because nothing has been invested in changing it and nothing dramatic has happened to it, with the obvious exception of the regular catastrophes that leave no lasting physical evidence by the next episode. 742 Evergreen Terrace. The Simpson house. The living room holds the couch, which we have already discussed. It holds the television, which is where Homer's eyes go when his body allows them to go wherever they want, which is frequently. It holds the specific domestic accumulation of a family that has lived in this space for 36 years without having aged a day, which means the accumulation is frozen, the magazines on the coffee table perpetually current to whatever the current episode's year is, the photographs on the walls depicting people at the ages they have always been. The kitchen is Marge's domain in the most literal sense. This is where she operates at peak capacity, where the organizational intelligence and the domestic competence that the rest of the family takes entirely for granted are most fully deployed. The kitchen is the engine room of the household, the place where the practical work of feeding a family and maintaining a schedule and anticipating needs before they become crises is performed continuously by someone who does all of it so well that it becomes invisible. Invisible labor is still labor. The kitchen knows this even if the rest of the house does not. Homer's side of the bedroom has the specific quality of a space organized by someone who has accepted the basic impermanence of organization as a condition of life. Things land where they land. The beer can on the nightstand. The pile that is sometimes clothing and sometimes something else. The alarm clock that is there because alarms are set and then ignored. Because Homer's relationship with the division between awake and asleep is more fluid than most people's. Because the fog that surrounds him during the day tends to become literal sleep at night. The sleep of someone who has been slightly unconscious all day anyway and for whom the transition to full unconsciousness involves very little actual change. Marge's side of the bedroom is different. It is the side of someone who is always slightly alert, even when sleeping, always maintaining a low-level awareness of the household, always prepared to wake up if something requires waking up for. This is what it means to be the structural foundation of a family. You are never entirely off. The house runs through you even when you are lying down, even when your eyes are closed, even at this hour when everything else has gone quiet. Bart's room. The window is the important thing about Bart's room. The window is how he leaves and returns. The window is the interface between Bart's interior life, the private space of his room, with its posters and its skateboard and its particular accumulation of the things that matter to a 10-year-old who's been 10 for 36 years, and the exterior world of Springfield. Bart goes out the window. Bart comes back through the window. The window is always the choice because the official exits of the house are monitored, and the window is the path that is specifically his, that requires the specific athletic capability that is one of his defining characteristics, that is available to him and not to most of the adults who would prefer to know his location at any given time. The window is Bart's version of Maggie's silence. It is the specific mechanism by which he maintains agency in a context where most forms of agency are controlled by the adults around him. Lisa's room. The saxophone case. The stack of books that is always taller than you would expect, taller than the books of an 8-year-old in any normal context. Because Lisa's reading is not age-appropriate in either direction. She reads above her grade level the way she does everything above her grade level, without announcing it, with the casual intensity of someone for whom the interesting thing is interesting, regardless of whether it is officially appropriate for her developmental stage. The books are stacked. The saxophone is in its case, or in her hands. The window in Lisa's room looks out on a different view than Bart's window, and she uses it differently. She does not escape through it. She looks out of it. She observes. She watches the neighborhood from a position of slight elevation and processes what she sees with the specific quality of attention that has always characterized her. Maggie's room, the crib, the mobile, the small pile of toys that is somehow always the same small pile of toys. And the eyes, always the eyes, even in the dark, even in the small hours, even when every other member of the family is asleep. The quality of watchfulness that emanates from Maggie's room has a presence to it. Not a frightening presence. Something more like an awareness. Something that knows you are there even when you assume you are unobserved. If you walked through the house at 3 in the morning, Maggie would know. The next house over, 744 Evergreen Terrace. Ned's house. The contrast between the two houses is one of the show's most sustained visual jokes. And like many of the show's most sustained visual jokes, it stops being funny when you look at it long enough and starts being something else. Ned's house is immaculate. Ned's house is maintained with the specific diligence of a man who has been told, by the conditioning of his childhood, that the appearance of his environment is a reflection of his moral state, that a clean house is a kind of argument for the validity of his faith and his choices. The lawn is even, the paint is fresh, the gutters are clear, and next door, Homer's house sags slightly to the left and has the specific quality of a building that is loved without being maintained, that is inhabited with genuine warmth, but not particular attention to the systems that keep a structure sound. The gap between the two houses is the show in miniature, the man who tries and the man who does not, the reward being identical, the quick E-Mart, always open, always lit, Apu behind the counter, which is where Apu has been for 36 years, patient and awake with the specific patience and the specific wakefulness of someone who has made a decision, possibly not consciously but definitively, to be present in the position they occupy. The quick E-Mart is the connective tissue of Springfield's daily life. It is where people go when they need something and do not want to make the effort that a larger store would require. It is where Homer stops for donuts and beer, where Bart buys the things that lead to complications, where the town's residents intersect in the specific transactional way that convenience stores enable, briefly, without the kind of sustained social engagement that would require anything from anyone. Apu sees everything from behind that counter. He's been seeing everything for 36 years. Springfield Elementary. The school is important, not just as a setting, but as an institution. Because the school is where the town's future is supposed to be shaped. And what Springfield Elementary actually produces is exactly the population that the town requires. Children who learn to work within the constraints of the system. Children who do not challenge the authority of that system too directly. Children who are, in the end, going to go to work at the plant or the bar or the store or wherever Springfield requires them to go, and who will do so without asking the kinds of questions that would require the system to explain itself. Lisa is the school's failure in this regard. She keeps asking the questions. She will not stop asking the questions. And Principal Skinner, who is Armin Tamzarian, who is living inside a stolen identity maintained by legal decree, who himself represents the specific product of a system that chose comfortable fiction over documented reality, sits in his office and manages the institution that is producing the next generation of Springfield's Loop, and does so with the specific competence of a man who learned, through 20 years of practice, how to be someone he was not. The nuclear plant. We have spent a great deal of time here already, but it is worth standing at the entrance one more time at this hour and simply looking at it. The scale of it. The way it dominates the sky when you approach from the east. The cooling towers, that specific industrial silhouette that has been the background of Springfield's geography for 36 years. so familiar that it has become invisible in the way that the most important things in a landscape become invisible. The plant provides the electricity that powers the lights of Evergreen Terrace. The plant provides the employment that pays Homer's salary. The plant provides the contamination that has shaped the biology of Springfield's population for decades. The plant provides Burns with the mechanism of his control. It is everything. It is the source of every mystery we have discussed tonight in one way or another. The radiation that mutated the fish and the population. The industrial complex that gave Burns his power base. The facility that provided the specific kind of dangerous, incompetent employment that Homer was suited for and that suited Burns's purposes. The thing that Mona's group targeted. The thing that the German investors were going to fix before Burns bought it back. The plant is Springfield. Springfield is the plant. They cannot be separated. The town grew up around the plant. The plant shaped the town. The economics of the plant sustain the town. The contamination of the plant has shaped the biology of everyone who lives in the town. Remove the plant and you do not have Springfield. You have a different place, a place that might be healthier and less radioactive and more capable of critical thought. But that would not be the specific, impossible, beloved, fog-filled, yellow-skinned, four-fingered floating timeline place that we have spent 36 years watching. The plant is the show. The plant has always been the show, and it hums in the dark of the night at exactly the frequency of something that has been running for a very long time and does not intend to stop. Extended meditation. What Springfield means at the end of the night, at a certain hour, the questions stop mattering as much. Not because they have been answered, they have not been answered. The radiation theory is compelling, but not definitive. The coma theory is beautiful and internally consistent, but cannot be confirmed without a resolution the show will never provide. The Burns shooting remains unsolved in every meaningful sense. Burns's immortality remains unexplained by any mechanism the show has fully committed to. The floating timeline remains in place, the characters frozen, the loop running. None of the mysteries have been resolved. But at this hour, the mysteries and the comfort they provide have achieved a kind of equilibrium. The questions are still there, they are not going away. But they are held at this hour in a different way from how they are held in the full alertness of daytime thinking. They are held the way you hold something you have been carrying for a long time, not putting it down, not solving it, just becoming accustomed to its weight, just learning to carry it differently. This is, in its way, how Springfield works. Springfield holds its mysteries the same way. Not resolving them, not putting them down, just learning to live with them. Generation after generation, the fish with 3 eyes and the yellow skin, and the children who never grow up, and the plant that never stops running, and the billionaire who never stops living, and the man who keeps dreaming, and the woman who keeps playing her saxophone in a room where nobody is listening. All of it held. All of it carried. The loop running. There is a question that comes up, sometimes, when people talk about shows that have been on too long. The question of whether the show has earned its longevity, whether the continuation adds to the thing it is continuing, or simply extends it past the point where extension is worthwhile. Whether a show that has been running for 36 years is still the same show that started 36 years ago, or whether it has become something that merely resembles it from the outside while being categorically different inside. The Simpsons has faced this question for at least 20 years. The answer that the theories suggest is more interesting than either yes, it has earned it, or no, it has not. The Simpsons has become something different from what it was in its early seasons. This is undeniable. The tonal shift after season 4 is real. The escalation from domestic grounding to surreal absurdity is documented and visible. The show that aired in 1990 is qualitatively different from the show that airs now, in ways that go beyond normal development and evolution. But the coma theory says this is not a failure. It is a feature. The degradation of the dream matches the degradation of the dreaming brain. The escalating surrealism is the escalating desperation of a simulation running on failing hardware. The show did not get worse because the writers stopped caring. The show got stranger because the mind generating it is doing less well. And the specific quality of that strangeness, the particular flavor of the later season's disconnect from realistic consequence, has a coherence to it when you understand what it is documenting. It is the documentation of a brain in decline trying to hold on to the essential image. The family on the couch. The house with the lights on. The children at the ages they were the last time he saw them. Everything else can change. Everything else can become more surreal, more impossible, more disconnected from the grounded domestic reality of the early seasons. The plot can reach anywhere and the characters can do anything, and the world can bend to accommodate whatever the simulation requires in a given week. But the family stays the same. Bart is still 10. Lisa is still 8. Maggie is still 1. Marge is still there, and Homer is still coming home. Every week, without fail. Through every version of the journey, through every escalation and every departure from realism and every celebrity appearance and every impossible adventure, Homer comes home. The family is on the couch. And the dream runs. And the loop continues. And Springfield is fine. Springfield is always fine. Springfield will always be fine. Or at least, that is what Springfield has decided. And by now, after everything we have discussed tonight, after all the theories and all the evidence and all the long, slow accumulation of what is wrong in this impossible town, we understand something about why Springfield makes the decisions it makes. Why the vote always goes the same way. Why the truth always loses and the comfortable version always wins. Why the fish is pulled out of the river and held up at a press conference and eaten on live television and forgotten. Because the truth is too expensive. Because the town cannot afford what acknowledging the truth would cost. Because the people inside the dome, however contaminated the air is, however compromised the water is, however damaged the cognitive function of its residents by decades of low-level radioactive exposure, have built their lives here, have raised their children here, have put down whatever roots people put down in contaminated soil, roots that are strange and shaped wrong and lit up wrong and do not look like roots are supposed to look, but that hold. That hold. That is the thing about Springfield. For all its impossibilities, for all its mysteries and its denials, and its collective agreements to forget, and its social contracts of comfortable lies, Springfield holds. The family holds. Homer and Marge hold. 36 years. Through Homer's incompetence and Homer's selfishness, and Homer's occasional moments of real courage, and his more frequent moments of real love, and his absolute failure to understand most of what is happening to him, and through Marge's patience, which is not passivity, but strategy, which is not surrender, but the specific intelligence of a person who understands what holds things together and has, decided that holding things together is worth doing. They hold, the children hold, to the house and to each other, and to the specific quality of their family, which is chaotic and damaged, and running on contaminated water and inside a dream and built on a foundation of suppressed truths and 3-generation conspiracies, and which is, despite and because of all of this, real. More real in some ways than families that have fewer mysteries and cleaner water and no coma theories to explain why nobody ages. Real because of the holding. Real because of the showing up on the couch every week. Real because of the music that travels through the walls of the house at this hour and into the night air of an impossible town. Real because we keep watching. Because watching is itself a form of holding on. Because somewhere between pressing play and the opening sequence ending and the episode beginning, we renew the compact. The compact between the audience in the show and the family inside the show and the man who may be dreaming the family inside the show. The compact that says we will be here and you will be here and the house will be there and the couch will be there and the music will come down through the ceiling from Lisa's room and the beer will be cold in the refrigerator and the loop will run. And it does. It always does. The clouds part, the camera drifts down, the music begins. Springfield is out there in the dark, beyond wherever you are right now. Its lights warm, its river moving, its fish swimming with however many eyes they have a basso eye, its plant humming at the frequency of something that has been running since before most of its viewers were born, and that intends to keep running long after most of them are gone. You are nearly asleep, or you are asleep, or you are somewhere in between. In the specific soft territory where the boundaries between things have relaxed enough that the line between Springfield and whatever you dream about has become permeable. Let it be permeable. Let the town in. The family is fine. The loop is running. The dream is holding. And you are here at this hour in whatever room this is. And the night is doing what the night does. And Springfield is doing what Springfield does. And tomorrow the sun will come up over the cracked cooling towers, and the river will still be moving, and Blinky will still be swimming with those 3 patient eyes, and Homer will wake up and go to work, and the family will have breakfast, and the day will begin as it has always begun, without any of the mysteries being solved, without the fog lifting, without the radiation level dropping or the coma ending, or the truth about who shot Mr. Burns finally being spoken out loud. But with the family intact, with the house standing, with the music that Lisa plays when nobody is listening still sounding, with the loop still running. And that is everything. That has always been everything. That is the whole point of Springfield. Good night. Sleep well. The plant is humming, the river is moving, the family is on the couch. Everything is exactly as it has always been. Everything will always be exactly as it has always been. Or at least that is what the town has voted. We are all Springfield. We are all the vote. And we have voted yes, again tonight, as we always have. Thank you for spending this time in Springfield. If this helped you sleep, subscribe so you never miss a new video. Drop a comment right now with your time and your location, wherever you are in the world. Whatever hour found you here tonight, this was made for exactly that hour and exactly that place. Sweet dreams. Springfield will be here when you wake up. It always is. End of script. Complete version extended. Deep dive. The supporting cast of Springfield. Hidden mysteries in the background. Springfield is more than the Simpson family. It is a town. And like all towns, it is populated by the people who are not the main characters. The people who appear in the corners of scenes and on the edges of established stories and in the backgrounds of establishing shots, going about their business, filling the frame with the specific quality of a community that exists beyond the boundaries of any individual storyline. These supporting characters are as fully realized, in their way, as the family at the center of the show, and some of them carry mysteries of their own that have been deposited quietly in the background of 36 years of episodes without ever being picked up and examined. Chief Clancy Wiggum. The chief of the Springfield Police Department is, by any professional standard, not a good police chief. His investigations are routinely incompetent. His response times are unreliable. His understanding of the law is creative at best and legally catastrophic at worst. He has, over 36 years, presided over a police department that has consistently failed to solve the crimes it has been called to investigate, including the most prominent shooting in Springfield's history. But here is the thing about Wiggum. He was there when Mona Simpson's group conducted the raid on Burns's biological weapons laboratory. He was the security guard on duty. He was the person who, in the chaos of the antibiotic bomb detonation, had his asthma accidentally cured by the destruction of the pathogen. He was young Clancy Wiggum before he was Chief Wiggum, and he was present at an event that should have been one of the most significant law enforcement moments in Springfield's history. Burns's biological weapons program was destroyed. The perpetrators escaped. Burns identified Mona to the FBI, and Wiggum grew up to become Springfield's chief of police. The man who was cured of his asthma by a radical group's antibiotic bomb became the law enforcement official responsible for investigating that same group's activities. The man who was present when Mona Simpson committed her act of anti-corporate sabotage became the person who ran the department that would, in later years, investigate the family of the woman who committed that act. Did Wiggum know? The show does not say, but the coincidence is notable. Burns exercised influence over Springfield's institutions for decades. The medical establishment, the legal system, the economic structure of the town, all reflected his preferences and his power. A police chief who had reason to be personally grateful to the biological weapons program's opponents, and who had also reason to fear Burns's awareness of that gratitude, would be in a complicated position. A position that might produce the specific brand of investigative incompetence that characterizes Wiggum's professional career. Not stupidity, strategy. The safest way to avoid being forced to investigate the things that Burns did not want investigated was to be constitutionally incapable of investigating anything at all. Wiggum solved the mystery of incompetence by committing to it completely. Sideshow Bob. There is a recurring antagonist in Springfield whose presence spans the show's entire history, a character who has attempted to kill a 10-year-old on multiple occasions, who has been thwarted every time by what appears to be a combination of the child's luck and the antagonist's own theatrical tendency to pause at crucial moments for self-expression, and who returns season after season from prison or exile or wherever he has been sent to try again. Sideshow Bob is, in many ways, the show's most sophisticated character. He is genuinely intelligent, cultured in ways that nobody else in Springfield is, capable of the kind of extended strategic thinking that his ambitions require, possessed of a genuine aesthetic sensibility and a genuine grievance. The grievance is against Bart, who exposed him for framing Krusty the Clown years ago and whose continued existence represents the ongoing frustration of Bob's ambitions and the ongoing reminder of his humiliation. But Bob's recurring failure to succeed despite genuine capability is one of Springfield's mysteries. The show has given Bob every possible opportunity. He has had Bart at his mercy more than once. He has engineered situations where the outcome should, by any reasonable assessment, have been final. And each time something intervenes. Bart outsmarts him. Bob defeats himself through his own love of extended performance. The moment requires just a little more ceremony than the moment can accommodate. Why does Bob keep coming back to Springfield? The obvious answer is that he is obsessed, that the specific psychology of his grievance against Bart is the organizing principle of his life in the way that certain obsessions organize certain lives. But there is a stranger reading. Bob is one of the only characters in Springfield who sees the town clearly. He is educated, worldly, possessed of genuine critical faculties. He has lived outside Springfield. He has chosen repeatedly to return. He returns because Springfield is the only place where his particular brand of genius is recognized, even if the recognition takes the form of being outwitted by a 10-year-old. Bob needs Springfield the way Springfield needs everything it claims to be done with. The town and its recurring antagonist are bound together by the specific loop that produces them both. Bob will return. He always returns. Because Springfield is the only place that makes him who he is. And being who he is, even in the context of repeated failure, is preferable to whatever he would become in a place that did not require him. The sea captain. He appears in the background of Springfield's coastal scenes, or what passes for coastal scenes in a town that somehow has ocean access despite also being landlocked, depending on the episode, in his captain's uniform, saying nautical things in a manner that suggests he arrived at the sea through a process of personal mythology rather than professional experience. The sea captain's mystery is the simplest of all the mysteries in Springfield. He has never been anywhere. The oceans he references do not seem to be oceans he has personally navigated. The maritime expertise he claims does not map onto any specific maritime history. He is a man who decided to be a sea captain in a landlocked town and has maintained that decision for 36 years, with a consistency that suggests either complete self-deception or the specific kind of dedicated performance that eventually becomes indistinguishable from reality. Or he is the show's quietest meditation on the relationship between identity and persistence. If you say you are something long enough, with enough conviction, in a place that has voted to accept whatever version of reality is offered to it, you become it. Springfield made Tamzarian into Skinner. Springfield made the sea captain into a sea captain. Springfield makes whatever it needs to be true by voting for it. The sea captain is the Tamzarian storyline told in miniature. He chose an identity. Springfield accepted it. The truth of whether he ever sailed anything is as legally irrelevant here as the truth of who Skinner really is. Professor Frink, the town scientist, the man with the inventions that do not work, and the safety protocols that are not followed, and the specific quality of genius that Springfield consistently deploys in ways that produce catastrophe rather than benefit. Frink has invented things that solved problems and created much larger problems. He has built devices that worked exactly as designed and produced outcomes nobody anticipated because nobody thought to ask what would happen if the device worked. Frink is what happens to scientific intelligence in Springfield. It finds the truth, builds a machine that demonstrates the truth, deploys the machine, and then watches as the machine's results are used for a purpose entirely unrelated to what the truth the machine demonstrated implies. The machine is adopted for entertainment or weaponized by Burns or co-opted by the town's chaos. And the truth the machine was demonstrating is forgotten in the excitement of the machine doing the immediate thing the audience wants it to do. Frink is Lisa's future in one reading. The person who keeps finding things out and watching the findings be redirected away from their implications. The brilliant person in Springfield, whose brilliance is accommodated in the specific way that Springfield accommodates things that cannot be made to go away, by giving them a role that neutralizes their potential to disturb the agreed-upon reality. He invents. Springfield marvels. Nothing changes. The loop continues. Groundskeeper Willie. The Scottish groundskeeper of Springfield Elementary is one of the show's most interesting background characters because his anger is the most legitimate anger in the entire town. And the show deploys it consistently as comedy without ever fully addressing the fact that Willie is, by most measures, correct about the things that anger him. Willie is angry at the school that employs him because the school is run incompetently by a man who is not who he says he is. He is angry at the community that surrounds him because the community is, as we have spent this entire night establishing, genuinely something to be angry at. He is angry at Burns because Burns destroyed the school's budget and cost Willie his job at least once across the series. He is angry at Homer because Homer is, in many contexts, genuinely and specifically infuriating. Willie's anger is not excessive, it is proportionate. The joke is that the proportionate anger reads as excessive because it is expressed in a context where everyone else has adapted to the situation by suppressing the proportionate response. Willie has not adapted. Willie has not internalized the fog. Willie continues to respond to what Springfield is with the specific emotional register that what Springfield is deserves. In this reading, Willie is the most mentally healthy person in town. He sees Springfield clearly. He is furious. And the show uses that fury as a punchline because a man who responds proportionately to Springfield while surrounded by people who have accepted the distorted baseline cannot help but appear excessive by comparison. Willie is sane in an insane context. And in a context where insanity is the norm, sanity reads as its opposite. Extended meditation. The Ghost of Springfield. What the town remembers when nobody is watching. There are moments in the show, rare and not always in the most celebrated episodes, when something slips through. When the comedy frame lowers just slightly, just for a moment, and you catch a glimpse of Springfield as it is when nobody is performing the normal Springfield routines. When the fog thins just enough for something real to become visible, before the next joke arrives and the fog closes over it again. These moments are not the show's most famous scenes. They are the quiet ones. The ones that do not produce the kind of reaction that gets quoted and referenced and turned into GIFs. The ones that you remember differently from how you remember the great comedy moments, that you remember in a more bodily way, in the way you remember things that landed somewhere below the level of conscious processing and stayed there. Homer sitting in the car at the end of Mother Simpson. This might be the single most devastating image the show has ever produced. The episode has ended. Mona has left again. Homer has said goodbye to his mother for the second time, knowing now why she left the first time, knowing who forced her to leave, knowing that the man whose name is on his paycheck is the man who stole his childhood. And Homer sits in his car. He does not drive. He sits there. And the camera holds on him. The sky is full of stars. The show just holds that image. Homer. The car. The stars. The weight of everything he knows now that he did not know before and cannot unknow and cannot act on because acting on it would require the clarity that the crayon is preventing and the radiation is preventing. And the decades of manufactured compliance are preventing. He just sits there. The camera holds. The episode ends. There is no joke. There is no reset. There is no bounce back to the comfortable version. Just Homer in the car under the stars with everything he has just learned about the shape of his own suffering. This moment is what the show is underneath the comedy. This is Springfield with the comedy removed. A man alone in a car under the stars, holding the knowledge of what was done to his family, unable to do anything with the knowledge except hold it. And then the credits roll. And next week, Homer is back at work at the plant. And the loop continues. Lisa's saxophone playing at the end of Moaning Lisa. In the early seasons, in the episode where Lisa is depressed, and cannot explain the specific quality of her sadness, there is a scene where she plays her saxophone on a street corner in Springfield at night, and a jazz musician named Bleeding Gums Murphy plays with her. They play together in the dark. The music that comes out of this encounter is the music of two people who understand each other, who recognize in each other the specific quality of having more inside them than their context can contain. It is a beautiful scene. It is also a scene that establishes something about Lisa that all the later episodes build on. She is not performing sadness. She is not being melodramatic. She is genuinely in contact with something that her town and her family cannot access, something larger and older and more serious than the ordinary concerns that organize most people's daily lives. The sadness is real. The music that comes from it is real. And the only person in Springfield who meets her in it that night is a man she will never see again. That is Lisa's Springfield. That is the specific quality of her loneliness. Not that nobody loves her. The family loves her imperfectly and genuinely. But love is not the same as being understood. And the show established very early in that street corner scene that the specific quality of being understood is something Springfield can provide Lisa only in rare, temporary, irreplaceable moments that end when the scene does and are not carried forward. She keeps playing anyway. And Maggie watching Homer work on the car. There is a moment in one of the episodes that the show's most devoted viewers have elevated above its celebrity, where Maggie watches Homer working on the car in the driveway. Homer is doing something mechanical and is not doing it well, and is probably going to make whatever problem existed slightly worse before he gives up and calls someone to fix it properly. This is a normal Homer moment. It is ordinary. It is exactly what Homer does. And Maggie watches, with those enormous eyes, processing everything, understanding at whatever level a 1-year-old understands things, which is apparently a considerably higher level than the people around her suspect, the shape of her father. The specific quality of his limitations and his love and the gap between what he intends and what he produces, and the extraordinary fact that he keeps trying anyway, keeps picking up the wrench even when he does not know what to do with it, keeps showing up in the driveway even when the car is going to end up worse than it started. Maggie watches him, and whatever she is building behind those eyes, whatever the 36-year project of observation and patience and strategic silence is building toward, it includes this. The image of her father trying, that is what she is keeping. That is what she will carry out of Springfield when she finally decides it is time to stop being invisible. Not the contamination, not the lies, not the mysteries. The image of Homer in the driveway, holding a wrench he does not know how to use, trying. That is what love looks like in Springfield. Imperfect and persistent and slightly dangerous and completely genuine. That is what the fog has not been able to take from any of them. That is what the plant cannot contaminate and the coma cannot dim and the collective denial cannot vote away the trying. The showing up. The keeping of the family. The Simpsons have been keeping their family for 36 years in a town that is doing everything in its power to prevent families from being kept. And they have kept it. Imperfectly. Impossibly. In a loop that should have broken a long time ago. In a fog that should have made them invisible to each other. In a dream that should have faded. But it has not faded. Because Homer will not let it fade, and Marge will not let it go, and Bart will keep coming back through the window, and Lisa will keep playing. And Maggie is watching. Everything, always. Waiting for the moment that only she knows is coming. And the loop runs, and the plant hums, and the river flows, and Springfield is fine. Springfield is exactly fine, sweet dreams. End of complete script. Final reflection. Why we never leave Springfield behind. Let us end where we began. In the dark, in the quiet. In the specific softness of late-night attention, when the day has finished with you, and you have finished with the day, and what remains is whatever is left when the ordinary noise has subsided. We began with a question so simple it is almost embarrassing to say out loud. Why has nobody in Springfield aged in 36 years? And we followed that question slowly and carefully and without rushing through everything it leads to. Through the plant and the water and the people whose biology the water has shaped. Through the hospital bed and the dream and the man who may have been dreaming since 1993. Through the parking lot shooting and the sundial and the baby who may or may not have been holding the gun. Through the weekly treatments and the disease equilibrium and the man who is too expensive to die. Through the town meeting where truth was voted out of existence and the real Seymour Skinner was expelled from his own life. Through the silence behind the pacifier and what that silence is accumulating. Through the radical who disappeared in the night and the child who grew up without knowing why. We followed the question through all of it. And here's what we found. Not an answer. Springfield does not do answers. Springfield does accumulation. Springfield does the patient layering of evidence upon evidence until the pattern becomes too heavy to ignore, at which point the town votes to not look at the pattern, and the evidence settles back into the sediment of collective memory. And the next episode begins as if the previous one never happened. What we found is something softer than an answer. We found that Springfield's mysteries are not separate from Springfield's warmth. They are inseparable from it. The contamination and the comedy, the coma and the love, the collective denial and the family that endures inside it. These are not opposites. They are the same thing, viewed from different distances. The mystery is the warmth, just looked at from close enough to see its actual composition. Homer loves his family in a fog. That does not diminish the love. In some ways, the fog makes the love more remarkable. To love clearly and with full information is one thing. To love persistently, warmly, genuinely, in a state of chronic cognitive impairment caused by decades of radioactive exposure and a crayon lodged in your skull, and the specific weight of a childhood loss you have never fully processed, to love anyway is something else. That is what Homer does, every week, without exception. Through every impossible adventure and every celebrity encounter, and every reset and every couch gag and every moment when the simulation runs slightly hotter than the week before and the plots get slightly more disconnected from realistic consequence, and the celebrities get slightly more numerous and the physical survival slightly more impossible. Through all of it, Homer loves his family, and Marge holds the family together, and Bart tests every boundary he can find because that is how he is alive. And Lisa plays her saxophone in a room where nobody is listening, but keeps playing anyway because the alternative is to stop being herself. And Maggie watches everything with her enormous eyes and her 36 years of patient intelligence and her perfect disguise and her endgame that the show will never fully reveal. This is Springfield. This is the whole of it. The fog and the love and the fish with 3 eyes and the dreaming man and the family on the couch. Not a metaphor, not a symbol, not a diagnosis of America, though it is that too. A family. An impossible, yellow-skinned, 4-fingered, never-aging family in an impossible town that floats between states and cannot be found on any map. And every week, against all the evidence that suggests it should not be possible, they are still there. Still together, still on the couch, still fine. Because that is what they have decided. That is the vote they take every week. Not in the town hall, but in the living room. Not as a community, but as a family. The vote that says we are still here and we are still together, and whatever the evidence suggests about the structural impossibility of our continued existence and well-being, we are choosing to exist and be well and be together for at least one more episode. And the episode airs, and the loop continues, and Springfield persists, against all the evidence, against all the theories, against the radiation and the dream and the denial and the billionaire's century-long project of maintaining a population too cognitively compromised to resist his control. Against all of it, the family persists, and we watch them persist. Week after week after week after week after 36 years of weeks. Because watching them persist is what we do when we need to be reminded that persistence is possible, that love survives fog, that families survive everything, that the house on Evergreen Terrace will be there when you come back to it, lights on, family assembled, the opening music ready to begin. You are asleep now, or you are very close. The theories have settled. The mysteries have done what mysteries do at this hour, which has become part of the texture of the dark rather than problems demanding attention. Springfield is out there. The plant is humming. The family is on the couch. Good night. Sleep well. You will find everything exactly as you left it in the morning. You always do. That is what Springfield promises. That is what Springfield delivers. Every time, without fail. The loop holds, the dream runs, the fish swims, the music plays, the family endures. Good night. If this helped you sleep tonight, subscribe and drop a comment with your time and where in the world you are right now. You kept the loop running with us. Sweet dreams. Springfield will be here when you wake up. It always, always is. End of script. Final complete version. A note on Springfield's silence. There is one last thing worth sitting with before we let the night fully close. Springfield is a noisy town. It has always been a noisy town. Homer's voice fills every room he enters. Bart's chaos produces noise in the way that certain personalities produce it, as a byproduct of simply existing with maximum intensity in a space that was not necessarily designed for them. The plant hums. The school's PA system crackles. Moe's bar has the specific ambient noise of a bar where the same people have been having the same conversations for 36 years. The noise of things that have become rituals without anyone deciding they should be. But underneath the noise, there's a silence. It is the silence of the things the town has agreed not to say. The silence of the three-eyed fish, which was briefly loud and is now quiet. The silence of the skeletons in the plant's basement, which have never been loud at all. The silence of the real Seymour Skinner, exiled to whatever place the town has sent him, carrying his real name in a world that has legally decided it belongs to someone else. The silence of Mona Simpson, underground for 27 years, kissing her son while he slept and disappearing without explanation. The silence of Homer's capacity for understanding, blocked by a crayon in a fog and a lifetime of carefully engineered cognitive limitation. The silence is very full. It is the fullest kind of silence there is. Not the silence of emptiness. The silence of things that are present but have agreed not to speak. The silence that Springfield maintains by voting for it, week after week, in every episode, in every reset, in every morning that begins as if yesterday did not happen. Maggie inhabits this silence deliberately, strategically, as a survival mechanism and a tactical choice. Lisa fights against this silence with everything she has, her saxophone and her arguments, and her refusal to accept the agreed-upon reality as the only reality. Homer lives inside this silence without knowing it is a silence, which is perhaps the most complete version of the silence possible. Not the choice to be quiet, but the structural inability to hear the noise. And Marge holds the silence the way she holds everything else in the family. Not passively, actively. The silence around what she knows and does not say, what she suspects, and has decided not to pursue, what she understands about her husband and her children and her town and her life that she has chosen to fold into the maintenance of the household, rather than the confrontation of the structure. Marge's silence is her choice. It is the most considered silence in Springfield, and it is the silence that makes the family possible. Because if Marge said everything she sees, the family would have to reckon with it. And reckoning with it honestly and completely would require the kind of disruption that the family, which is already held together by so much invisible effort, might not survive. So she holds it. She holds the family together, and she holds the knowledge, and she holds the silence around the knowledge. And she does all of this at the same time, continuously, for 36 years, while making it look like she is simply being patient. That is the greatest mystery in Springfield, and the show has never quite examined it directly. Not the plant, not the fish, not the coma or the shooting or the immortal billionaire. The silence of the woman who sees everything and holds the family together anyway. That is the mystery at the center of everything. That is what Springfield is built on. That is what keeps the loop running. The silence of a woman who loves her family too much to let the truth break them. And the family, imperfect and impossible and enduring, held in that silence. Good night. Closing. The loop, the light, and the long road home. The thing about Springfield is that it has always been there. Not in the way that real places are there, anchored to coordinates and subject to the slow changes that weather and time impose on physical locations. Springfield is there in a different sense, in the sense that a memory is there, in the sense that a dream is there, available whenever you return to it, unchanged by however long you were away. Exactly as full and exactly as itself as it was the last time you were inside it. That is the specific quality of the show's longevity. Not just that it has been on for 36 years, which is remarkable as a fact of television production and cultural endurance, but that across those 36 years, the experience of returning to it has always had that specific quality of return. You come back and it is there, the house is there, the family is there, the opening sequence runs, the music begins, the clouds part. And for the duration of whatever episode you have put on, you are back. This is not nothing. This is, in fact, quite a lot. The world does not offer many things with this quality. Most things change. Most things, when you return to them after years away, are different in ways that reveal how much time has passed. They have aged or been renovated or been replaced by something that occupies the same space without being the same thing. The physical world is relentlessly temporal. It insists on moving. Springfield does not move. Springfield waits. And every time you come back, it is exactly there, exactly as warm, exactly as full of its specific mixture of the mysterious and the familiar, and the genuinely funny and the quietly devastating. The three-eyed fish is still in the river. The cooling towers are still cracked. The dream is still running. The family is still on the couch, and you are still watching. And the watching is the point. After everything we have discussed tonight, after all the theories and all the evidence and all the long, slow accumulation of what is wrong and what is beautiful and what is both at once in this impossible town, what remains is the simplest thing. The watching, the choosing to return, the pressing play and letting the music begin and finding things exactly as you left them. That is Springfield. That is the whole of it. The loop is not a problem to be solved. It is the thing that makes coming home possible. And coming home at this hour, with the day done and the night deep and whatever waits for you in tomorrow's world still many hours away, is the only thing that matters. Come home to Springfield. It is always here. It has always been here. It will always be here. Good night.